18.7.
That's right. And look at Nigel there. This is Nigel's first event in RX8. 2 years ago was the MX5 champion.
That's the number 50 car.
That's car 50. And he's down to a 117.4. And yesterday the quickest he could go was a 118.1. So he'll be extremely excited about that. There's Dave. Dropped into the 17s. Clint.
Well done. That's car 97.
Yeah, 117.9. He'll be absolutely wrapped with that.
So even if you're not at the pointy end of the field or you're not winning the race, every driver will go out with a certain goal for the race weekend. And as an absolute rookie, his first race weekend, Dave Atkins, Leo Bold, our co-commentator, gave him the challenge, organising the team of doing a 118.5, and he's just done a 117.9, so he's broken the 118 barrier, so that's good skills.
It's a call out for anyone interested in getting involved. Mazda Pro 7, our series is fantastic. These are great times. It just shows new people can come along and compete. That's real testament. Here we got a 6'7", 120 kilo man down under 118, and 3 years ago, Clint, that was probably pole setting time for the RX8s. They've developed that much. 3 years ago, Dave would have been sitting on the front row at that time.
Simon Baker now, the lead has just been cut by Brett Killett, who's come over the top doing a 115.7. So he's certainly quick out there at the moment. Smith, Wilkinson in the 115.8s, and Baker just hanging on at the moment, a 116.1. And we've got 3 laps to go, so he'll now start to be driving in the rear view mirror. The pressure's going to mount. Can he hold on to it?
It'll be getting warm in those cabins too, so be a little bit of sweat coming off the brow and a little bit of pressure coming on.
Down the inside of the higher pull hairpin, he'll get up and take Dylan Smith. And now Thomas Hannaford's going to be sort of lining him up as well.
He's sitting right in there, Thomas. He's running that MTR auto car very, very well, and he's sitting on the back there, you know, looking for an opportunity.
So Dylan Smith won't be pushing it too much this weekend in the Pro 7, but Simon Baker.
Oh yeah, he'll be under some pressure now. He'll be feeling it. He'll be loving it out the front too. This will be his first opportunity. Great job. He's still got 30-metre lead there. You know, two laps to go, Clint. Is that right?
Yep. So he nailed it from the get-go too. He got a great start off the grid, and then charged up, grabbed the lead, and he's held on to it. Can he keep it going with a couple of laps to go? He's got Brett Killett in the rear view mirror now, but he knows that this car is a good car. It's got race pedigree.
Well, look at Simon's time too. You know, Simon's new to the class this year. This is his first year. He's bought the new car, the #1 car, first event, and he's put out a 116.1, which is absolutely outstanding. That is, you know, our quickest guys there at a 115.7 and 115.8. So he's 2 or 3 tenths off our quickest 3 guys in the class at the moment. So it's absolutely fantastic.
And he's holding off the guy that absolutely dominated the round at Pukekohe and Brett Killett, who spent quite a bit of time rebuilding that car, got back, and he's also holding off the man that dominated the racing in Highlands Motorsport Park just a couple of weeks ago in number 22, Keith Wilkinson. So Baker, he is the hot baker today.
It's
He's in the bakery at the moment. He's cooking.
It's fantastic. You know, Brett, Simon in that last lap done a 116.4, Brett 116.2. You know, that a couple of tenths, it's going to be difficult. I think Simon can hold on here, Clint.
Well, this is going to be interesting. It's going to be a fantastic result if he can handle the nerves and the pressure.
Last lap now, Clint, as he comes over the finish line.
Yep, so he's just done a 116 flat.
116, but that's fantastic.
Wickham has got edges.
Yes.
But he's got a bit of damage to that car. It's flapping around with the rear bumpers. He's had a bit of contact somewhere.
Yep, Dave's down to a 117.8. Nigel 117.45. So they'll both be super excited when we get them out of the cars after the race, Clint.
So Edges is coming back at Elton Wickham as they charge down the straight going into turn 2. Back out with the leaders out of the higher pull hairpin. The yellow and blue, number 11. Can he do it? Simon Baker doing a great job out in front, holding off some of the stars of the class, and he's maintained that consistency.
It's been fantastic.
He's found the level, he's found the limit, and he's sat on it. Well, when all of what motor racing's about, it's great, isn't it?
Absolutely, and when he needed to, that second to last lap there, Clint, he put in 116 flat. You know, he wasn't falling off, feeling the pressure. He was actually putting the pressure on himself. Here he comes now, Clint. He's got this one wrapped up. There's no way
all the way from the Kapiti Coast from Paraparaumu.
It's new livery too. Like when Andrew delivered them the car last week, it was white and red, and
Yellow and blue takes the checkered flag. Simon Baker, go you good thing. Great win.
great one. Yeah, he'll be absolutely chuffed with that. You know, his first campaign in his new car. He'll be absolutely chuffed, not only with the win, but I think the time of 116 flat will be very exciting for him. He's, you know, getting himself to a position that he can come and compete.
Brett Killip held on for second, Keith Wilkinson third, Thomas Hannaford fourth, Dylan Smith fifth, Kevin Richards 72. You go back and he had his little son before the race, had the old little glasses on, so he'll go back and show the son what Dad was been doing. He had a bit of fun out there in P6. Elton Wickham held on for seventh, Nigel 8th, and of course Dave Atkins doing a 1:18.7 and a 1:17.8. His best time, so he's done brilliantly well.
He's done brilliantly. You know, really pleased for him. He'll be chuffed with that, you know. And again, new people, you know, you can come and compete, come and race cars. It's a cheap class to run for the speed and the power that we've got. And I know a couple of Dave's friends came down yesterday. I know they're sitting out there. Guys, get your checkbooks out. We need 3 more of you in the race class.
So that would be Simon's first win?
That'll be Simon's first win, yep.
So that's a breakthrough victory.
That's a breakthrough victory, yes.
And that feeling of taking the checkered flag, I thought what was really impressive about the way he drove, he got off to a start, he dominated the race, he had real consistency and speed, held the pressure from the fast guys coming through, didn't crack, and kept the speed going, kept the momentum going.
Yeah, he did. He came from the second row there and he quickly got to the lead. Dave done a great job off pole, and in fact for 2 laps sat in second place, and that gave Simon a chance to take a 50-80 metre gap, and just drove well through the whole 10 laps there and maintained that as he improved on his pace as well during that race.
That's one of the great things about having the reverse grid races throughout the weekends, because you've got to get the fast guys in race 1, you've got to get the fast guys in race 3, but if you give some of the slower guys a chance to get at the pointy end of the field and to feel what it's like to, you know, get off the start, handle that pressure, put in some quick laps and take the checkered flag. It's great for the sport, great for the drivers.
Absolutely. And our reverse race is always reverse top 10. You know, today our field is diminished after coming back from the South Island. We're also not running an MX5 round. Our next round in 2 weeks, we'll have 34 cars on the grid. So it's only the front 10 that run the reverse grid, which is always our Sunday morning race.
And then this afternoon, we're back to the fastest from the front?
Overall points. So after 2 races, there's calculation who's leading the round, and they will start on pole this afternoon.
So that'll be for the next time we come out with the next entire Mazda Pro 7 class around about 2:30 this afternoon after the lunch break. And pretty quick lap times too today, isn't it?
Pretty quick.
Now, what, 26 degrees track temperature?
They're great lap times. I'd expect them to be a couple of tenths slower this afternoon if this temperature keeps building and you know, the heat comes into the asphalt there. Typically the track will slow. But yeah, no, as a race pace, Clint, you know, 15.7s, it's a pretty hot race plate.
All right, well, thank you very much, Leo Bolt, of the team from the Mazda Pro 7s and X-Entire's Mazda Pro 7s. And a good win there for number 11. The Baker's Dozen, Simon Baker out of Paraparaumu from the Kapiti Coast, so that's great skills. Stick around. Next up, the action continues trackside, and we're counting down to the historic Formula 4 that's coming up for their second race win of the weekend and their second race of the weekend.
Okay, folks, JT back with you, and we're out with the SAS Formula 2000. Formula Ford. We've got the SAS Auto Parts behind us at David and his good lady wife Brenda. Not only are they behind the Formula 5000s, they've got themselves behind Formula Ford as well, which gives us some great sponsorship. And they actually had quite a good presentation last night in the Formula Ford pit, with some prizes given out for some quite interesting achievements. And it's not about winning in this class, it's about having fun. And one of the ones that stuck out of my mind last night was the Ron Wilkin, who is the series coordinator, made an announcement. He is actually a farmer and he was looking for a new ploughman. And Yape Blayhaven won that award for the amount of ploughing he was doing through the sand traps yesterday. So good sense of humour from these guys as well. So let's give you the grid and the rundown of who's starting where. And on pole position, it is Mike Davidson again, with Graham Cameron alongside him. So nothing's much changed from yesterday. And then it is Yape Blayhaven in third position, with Alain Jarret in fourth. Martin Lucas starts out of fifth position, just alongside him, Ghislaine Genesard. Oh dear, I don't believe it. The car number 143, who I actually don't even have on the program, so that's a late entry, has lost his rear wheel down at the turn 10. So that's going to cause a bit of a hold up. He just walks away from the car shaking his head, and left front wheel parted company. And I don't think that's anything to do with an old car. I think it's just some poor preparation, to be honest with you. Yeah, loose wheel nuts don't work well on race cars. So he's picked the wheel up. Now he's looking for the wheel nuts, I guess. So there's going to be a hold up there. Obviously, we can't start the race with the car sitting on the outside of the track. And so let's go back to giving that grid again while we're getting that sorted out. It is Philip Harris will start out as 7th. Young Jack Proctor starting out of 8th position. Jack certainly moving up the field. He's driving an ex-Craig Baird car. Tony Graham starts out of 9th position. Cody Banks, son of David Banks, starts out of 10th position with Alan Crocker alongside him. Phil Fawkes is out of position 12. Phil racing his older model Trident Palliser this weekend, as the Van Diemen suffered demons in the week, and the motor wouldn't start. So car number 143 there, he's definitely very unhappy. He's throwing his gloves and things around down the bottom of the track. So out of position 13, it's Dave Silverton. Then we go back to Gavin Alexish in 14th. 15th will be Paul Dold from Dold Industries, who are the suppliers of Avon tyres, so support most of the Formula Fords and the Formula 5000s and Formula Libra. And then behind him, it is our resident chaplain, Vic Clark. He's out of position 16. Then David Banks, series sponsor, starts out of 17. Michael Clark out of 18. And we go back to James Hagan, our Irish visitor, from position 19. Then Alistair Haskett starts out of 20. Peter Bowl out of 21. Chris Stones out of 22. Chris Fraser out of 23. Ron Wilkin, the series coordinator, starts out of 24. Another one of our overseas guests, Peter Silkstrom, starts out of 25. Frank Gilbert, 26. Jeff Bogue, car number 65, I still don't have a name on. And Robert Corbett starts out of position 29. So 29 Formula Fords to face the flag. And they're all sitting down on the grid here, having to kill their engines. So some of them are going to require booster starts. In fact, Graham Cameron right at the front, outside of the front row there. So just looking at our recovery now, and they're heading up the hill, heading towards pit lane. So they're just entering pit lane now, so we're just about be not too far away from a start in this one. So they get the start engine sign. We're missing somebody out of position 3. Who's missing out of there? Yape Blayhaven. So he's not there. So I wonder if that was Yape's car down at... Actually, it was. It was Yape Blayhaven that lost his left front wheel. So he won't be very happy. Okay, they've got start engine signal, so they're just about ready to get on the way, although there's a few of them out on track having to have battery booster starts. So we'll need to wait for the pit crews to get clear. A couple of them requiring a push start here. Okay, they're going to get one more warm-up lap, which is sensible. So tyres have gone a bit cold. Marshall's walking down the middle of the grid there, so that's... Okay, so here they go. One more warm-up lap to get them going. And Yape Blayhaven won't be very happy with losing that left front wheel. And I guess that's a result of, because as I said earlier on, he won the booby prize last night for ploughing through the sand traps. So I'm guessing what's happened, he's taken all the wheels and off the car and brakes and everything else to clean everything out, because it was just full of the sand or the mixture that we have here. And I guess he's put it back together and forgotten to tighten the wheel nuts. And of course it turned into a tripod rather quickly. But that will take a little bit of pressure off of Graham Cameron and Mike Davidson, as up until this point, Mike Davidson has been flying the flag for the Kiwis, because the Europeans, and we've got 8 of them here this weekend, have been so quick and basically have dominated just about everything, with the exception of Mike. He's been the only one that's managed to stay in front of them. And but of course this weekend, Graham Cameron's wheeled out his ADF, and Graham is very quick in that car. As you heard Howden Ganley telling us yesterday, the designer of the ADF basically went on to design the Swift, or work for Swift. And if you look at a early model Swift Formula Ford alongside an ADF, they're very, very similar. And of course, the ADF, the first one, would be full inboard suspension and brakes and everything else. So they're very slippery through the air. Whilst it's quite a bit older car than the Reynard 84 in front of it, aerodynamic wise, it's, you can, so I'm looking at our TV screens here, and one of our cameramen's quite obsessed with a magpie. So we do have a lot of wildlife around here. Okay, so they're on the grid proper now, ready to get going, and we'll just wait for the lights to come up. They're all forming up at the back of the grid there. Big field of Formula Fords. And just about ready to get going. And good start from Mike Davidson there. Gets off the line very quickly. And along goes the ADF there of Graham Cameron as they head down round turn 1 now, heading down towards the laser electrical bridge, and it looks like Alain Girardet is having a good look at them as well, trying to get in the lead there. Good scrap going on for the minor money right at the back. Mid-pack through Hamilton Asphalt. They're 2 abreast through that corner over the top of the hill down into, and Girardet has got himself up into second position as they climb up the hill with a drop down into the Porsche Dipper. And it is Davidson now with Gerard right on his tail there. And number 35, he's come through from the back. That's another one of the Belgians, Ghislain Genassard. He's up into, he's taken 3rd position there. And now here's Cameron having it back on Girardet. And we've got somebody's left their nose cone in the middle of the track. So that's going to cause a bit of a problem. Somebody's going to cause a safety car, I'm guessing. It's right in the middle of the circuit. Someone's nose cone. Let's see if we can pick up who it is as they come up the hill here. And Davidson leads across the line. And Gerard in behind him. Then it's Graham Cameron, Martin Lucas up in a 4th. Then it's Ghislain Genassard who set the fastest lap on the opening, gained a couple of spots there. Jack Proctor up in a 6th. Philip Harris comes through. Then we go back to Cody Banks, Tony Graham, and rounding out the top 10 is the X-Pac Kiwi, Alan Crocker, as they go through the up and over, heading now down towards the higher pull hairpin. And Gerard has got away from Cameron, and Cameron's coming under a hell of a lot of pressure here from Genassard as they go through there up the hill there. There's that nose cone in the middle of the track, and they're all diving trying to get around it. I'm surprised they haven't called a safety car on this one yet. So up the hill they go with a drop down into the Dipper, and it is going to be a bit of a gap there. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So Jack Proctor's the about one hanging off the back of that first pack. Then there's a gap of about 15 car lengths back to the next group, which will be headed by Philip Harris as they go around the Dale ITM sweeper, and up the hill they come. And it's Cody Banks. Oh, look at this around the outside there, number 39. Who's that? That's Alan Croker, the X-Pac Kiwi, was trying to make a run, trying to pick up 9th position there. And across the line they come now, and I tell you what, Davidson's trying really hard. That Reynard wriggling under brakes quite dramatically as they go around down into the straightaway down under the bridge. And it is going to be the Reynard 84 of Davidson leads. Girardet from, I think he's from France. And then, I tell you what, he's under brakes. He had a real good look at Davidson there. So up the hill they come another time as that nose cone moved. Yet somebody's run out on the track and picked it up and taken it away. Good work there by the marshals as that Savers having a safety car. And out of the high pull hairpin they go. Sorry, the Porsche Dipper they go, heading down now once again back towards the Dale ITM sweeper. That front pack is not a lot separating. Jack Proctor sitting at the back there, hoping to pick up some of the pieces if somebody makes a mistake in front of him. And Martin Lucas there with a 4-wheel slide round turn 10. Beautiful drift there from Martin Lucas in the 69F Formula Ford. Now he's putting the pressure on Genassard coming up the hill here, and he puts the pass on him. Nicely done, and that was for 4th position. Mike Davidson, and once again leads into turn 1, but this time it was Graham Cameron was trying to go wheel to wheel with Genassard. Sorry, Girardet into that turn 1, but Girardet come out of it on top once again as they head down under the bridge into turn 2. And it looks like Phil Foulkes there, I think, making a move on Dave Silverton. It is Phil Foulkes there in the Pallister Trident, gets a pass done on Silverton and the PRS. And we've got people all over the track down the bottom here now. Who's this? This is car number 24, I think. And that might be our leader. No, it can't be. No, here's our leader now. So we've got cars come off somewhere, and I'm picking that's down at high pull hairpin. And now our leader is coming under pressure once again from Girardet. Cameron was second across the line before, so he was, oh, look at this, Davidson's really got his hands full here now. Cameron sees his opportunity now, and he's got himself right up the inside of Gerard as they come up the hill here. Is he going to get the pass done? No, it's car number 42, and who's that around him? It's Chris Stones, and it could be James Hagan that's with him there, not quite sure. So where is that? I'm just trying to pick up where that's happening. That looks like it. Oh, that's actually at the exit of turn 2. So yeah, so they're not quite sure what's happened there. So it's in Hamilton Ashfield's corner, and now back to that battle for the lead. This is epic, these two, and Gerard was trying everything he possibly can. Yep, and that's called a safety car. Thought that was going to happen. We've got cars parked on the edge of the circuit down here at Hamilton Ashfield's corner. What a great shame, because that was ruining what was really turning out to be a terrific race. And Davidson's got his hand up. He sees it now. So the running order as the as the safety car comes out was Mike Davidson from Elaine Gerard, Mike Lucas in 3rd position, Graham Cameron in 4th. Although that was as that's as they went across the line. So Cameron is in 3rd, Lucas is in 4th. Jack Proctor is up in the 5th position, just got in front of Ghislaine Genesand. Cody Banks is 7th, Tony Graham in 8th, 9th is Philip Harris, and rounding out top 10, Alan Crocker. Whilst our rescue crew down there. And it should be a fairly quick extraction. He's only just got his back wheels stuck in the sand, so they might be able to pull him out and get him going. Either that, or if they've got to pull him off the track, it is only a short haul to a exit. So he's getting back in the car. He might need the marshals to help him strap himself in. These Formula Fords are not easy to get in and out of, especially if you're a bigger guy. Yeah, it looks like he's not going to restart. He's just going to head off to up the escape road, I'm picking. No, he's going to drive back with his hand up in the air, so he's driving back to the pits, I'm guessing, because he hasn't got his belts on. That may attract the attention of race control, not sure. But there we go. So Racing Ray Williams out there now in control of the race in the Lexus safety car, and I believe that's Lexus Coupe. Beautiful looking car, 5-litre V8. It's anything like their four-door. Yeah, so it's, it looks like, who's that car number? That's 80. That's David Banks I'm picking. Yep, that is David Banks. They're pushing him away. He's the one that lost his nose cone earlier in the piece. Series sponsor, David, along with his wife Brenda from SAS Auto Parts, who are sponsors of the Formula Ford and the Formula 5000 series. So David is retiring from this race, but we'll see him back out there in a couple of races' time in the SAS Auto Parts for MSE Formula 5000 class. So we'll get one lap behind the safety car, and then we'll be underway. So it'll be 2 laps to go as they come across the start-finish line next time round with the SAS historic Formula Ford. And I've got to say, it's fantastic to see such an incredible field of Formula Fords out there again. And this series really needs to be brought back to the fore with the latest versions for our youngsters today to learn their racecraft, because this is the place you learn how to race a motor car. And just ask Shane Van Gisbergen and Scott Dixon and Earl Bamber and co. Brendan Hartley, they'll all tell you this is where you learn how to drive a race car, where you learn your racecraft. Start off in Formula First, then you go to these things, and these are really teach you. Formula First teaches you basic racecraft. These things teach you how to be really good. And no slicks, no wings, just all mechanical grip, and they're on threaded tyres. They move around, and they're very fast. They're not slow. Okay, and away they go again. Mike Davidson leads them across the line from Alain Gerardard, Graham Cameron, Martin Lucas, Jack Proctor up in a 5th position, Ghislaine Genesand, and then we go back to Cody Banks and Tony Graham. Philip Harris, Alan Crocker rounds out the top 10 down under the bridge for the first time, and that battle at the front continues between Gerardard and Davidson. This time now Graham Cameron's got himself in on the argument. He's nipping at the heels of these boys in front of him as well. So down into the higher pool hairpin they go. Martin Lucas puts a beautiful pass in there and gets back in front of Jack Proctor, who'd got the pass done on him earlier. Up the hill they come, drop down into the Porsche Dipper. Davidson there, just Gerardard straight across the nose there of Cameron. Then there's a good battle going on there between Cody Banks and Ghislaine Genesand in the back there. And what's going on there? It looks like Graham Cameron waving his fist in the air and obviously having a complaint about somebody doing something around him. And he's got Martin Lucas glued to his tail as they come out of there up the hill there. And that 69F Lotus, that's a very fast little car, that one. And oh, right across the that was a pass there, and I think Cameron got the pass done. Checkered flag on that one as they got across the line, but I think Mike Davidson wins it. Graham Cameron comes across the line in 2nd place, but Gerardard in 3rd, Martin Lucas in 4th, 5th was Jack Proctor, Gisand in 6th, and then Cody Banks came through in 7th with Tony Graham 8th. Philip Harris was in 9th, and Alan Crocker rounded out the top 10. But I think there could be a bit of a dispute over 2nd place because Graham Cameron crossed the was in the pit lane running, and then there is a white line that you get to, and you have to be back out on the track when you get to that white line. And I've got a funny feeling that Graham Cameron may have been across that white line. So we'll have to wait and see what race control says about that one. But once again, epic battle in the SAS Auto Parts Historic Formula Ford class. These guys are really have a good go. And range in ages too. I think Jack Proctor would be about the youngest one in the field. I think Jack's around about 16, I think. And of course, the oldest one in there is, well, we won't say which one is the oldest, but put it this way, they get up well into their 70s in age group, these boys, when they're racing. So the average age is around about 60 odd. And they certainly have a lot of fun. And a lot of them have been racing these for many, many years. Phil Fawkes, for example, been racing since 1974. Alan Crocker in the first ever Formula Ford race in New Zealand back in 1970. Also holds the honour of the first man to crash a Formula Ford as well. And of course, our very own David Oxton won that very first ever race in Formula Ford back in 1970. Okay, we can't be too far away now. And we will have the TransAm's GT3 and GT4 out on track. And it'll be a handicap race. And of course, Clint Brown will be back for that one with the team from Trade Zone. Okay, so the SAS Formula Ford guys heading in now. TradeZone GT3 and GT4 coming out next. Now, one of the GT1 cars will be running off the tail of these guys just for a lap or two, just to check something. So I'm not sure which one it is, but I've just been told by race control that they'll be doing a lap or two just to bed themselves in. And then once that's done, we'll be back with some more thunder with the ETL Hire New Zealand Trans Am Challenge. And then that'll be followed by race 3 of the Castrol Toyota Racing Series, 20 laps, and Jonathan Green will be back for you for that one. And then we go back to the TransAm GT1 and GT2s. Then it's the SAS Auto Parts MSC Formula 5000s. And can Kenny break that record, or can Michael Collins break that record? At the moment, they're still the fastest cars here this weekend. They've gone into the low 59s. Michael Clark's just slightly quicker than Ken. Talked to Ken this morning, and he's quite comfortable and relaxed. He said, nope, car's going well. He said, I'm feeling relaxed, feeling good. He said, everything's in tune. He said, yeah, the GM1 McRae that Michael Collins is racing is much lighter car. So basically got the same horsepower in the back of them. So Michael's probably going to be a little bit quicker in a straight line. But Kenny, obviously, with many years' experience, we're hoping one of them will break the 59-second barrier and set a new outright lap record this weekend. Then we'll be followed by the Formula Libra sports cars, and talking to Ken's protege, Tom Alexander, this morning, who's taken over Ken's Swift DB4 for this weekend. He feels that there's a 60 in that car as well, so he's looking forward to getting into the midfields. So won't be too far. And just heading out on the track now is our GT1, GT2s. Sorry, no, GT3 and GT4 cars heading out on track. And Clint Brown just walked back into the commentary box, about to take over. I'm JT, and I'll be back with you a little bit later on. In fact, straight after this one for the ETL Hire TransAm Challenge. Over to you, Clint.
Well, it's a beautiful day, isn't it? Hampton Downs. Happy to be racing on a Sunday. SpeedWorks Motorsport Championship. And great to have you here today. If you're live streaming, great to join us as well. And we've got plenty of action coming up next with the Trade Zone GT3, GT4 and their second race of the weekend.
Sorry to barge in over the top of you there, Clint. We've got a vehicle that we need to have moved, so attention paddock, attention paddock. We've got a BMW X5 with a license plate GUS 819. That's GUS 819. You're parked in the VIP area with your trailer on the back. We do need the car moved. You're blocking an area. If you don't move it, we will have to tow it. So that's, once again, a BMW X5, registration GUS 819. Could you move your car, please? Thank you very much.
Trade Zone GT3, GT4 joining us. We've got Scotty.
Morning all.
Beam me up, Scotty. And Teresa, who's been out on the bike.
Morning. I've actually been doing parts runs this morning.
Oh, I thought you'd done about 40k up and down the motorway, hey? Training for the Ironman, but it's reverse grid time for the Trade Zone GT3, GT4. So give us the format for this race, because you've been working on it overnight. I know it's been a big ask.
You've got NASA in to help us in with the calculations. It's quite complicated. So basically 2 races here really. It's the race you can see at the moment with these 3. They've been battling. And
so these are the GT4 cars. So that's one category. Yep.
Yep, they're all within a second of each other, which is why they've all gone together.
So we've got Mark Mallard, Drew Jeffrey and Robin Greenland. So we've got 2 Hondas and a little yellow Mini that nailed them yesterday. So next away is a car 83, Luke Hillhorst.
And then we have the GT3s, which will obviously, as you see, going in different intervals.
So Luke Hillhorst in that Chevrolet Camaro, why did he go away in front of the other guys?
Because of times, so it's all based on time. So basically, slowest to fastest is the way these guys get released. So further back the field we get, the faster their lap times are.
So now the fast one's at the back, and we're talking about the Lane and Shane show. So we're talking about car 17, the Thirsty Liquor Ford Fairmont of Shane Whitley from Pukekohe, and the 00.
Oh, Shane spins.
Oh!
Oops.
The 2 mates and the long-suffering Adrian.
Oh, that right where we are with the Mustang there doesn't look that pretty.
Well, they were in great form yesterday, and they were in great form at the barbecue last night.
Yeah.
But,
Just
boys.
talking to them on the line too. We had Lane's tactics sorted out, how to win this race, and that was not part of the tactics we discussed. So
Yeah, Shane, you're not meant to take him out.
So what actually happened?
it's like Shane let go by the look of it, and Lane was just in the wrong place.
It's not a good place to park, Lane. We're going to be...
So we might have a safety car here.
Yep.
He's
He's going to
back.
try and limp it round, but that is rim.
Well, that's really unexpected because they're good mates. They're parked up side by side along pit lane, all slinging off at each other at the barbecue last night.
Yeah.
We were talking about the Lane and Shane show, and but we didn't expect them to crash on the first quarter.
I didn't expect there to be one less episode of that. I thought that was going to go on all day.
Oh,
Yeah.
this
Yeah,
looks
we were
like Shane
we were
is
looking forward to part 2.
blowing smoke. We must have a flat tyre, do we?
Tyre rubbing
No,
from the
he's
panel
rubbing.
damage, maybe.
Bit of rubbing somewhere.
Bit of rubbing.
So he no doubt will probably come
Another-
back into the pits.
Oh yeah, that's definitely rubbing. Another dysfunctional door there.
Mark Ballard
Here we
looks
go.
still leading this one.
So he's limping back along pit lane now. So Mark Mallard's out in front.
The front wheel's not looking pretty. Come in, Shane. Where do you go?
Crew will be down there ready to do what they can do.
Well, that's taken everyone by surprise, isn't
Who
it?
does
Yeah.
that leave for GT3?
It's wide open.
What
Leader.
happened?
It's wide open.
So that-
Gary Carswell, Ken Hunter.
It'll be Luke Hillhurst will be leading GT3 at the moment.
83, yeah.
Though, but
So at the moment in this reverse grid race, these guys of the GT4 have got a really good advantage now. So we've got a couple of laps gone. Looks like both cars, well, they limp back into the pits. Mark Mallard, because Eric Mallard was one of the great founders and did so much with the New Zealand Motor Cup. He said, I've got to be racing this weekend. We've got to have a Mallard out on track. So he was gutted yesterday that Drew Jeffrey got him right on the line, as we suspected.
Drew just got him
Yeah.
again there.
Well, Drew better watch out he doesn't hit all his breakouts
We
again.
had a very, very in-depth discussion with Drew at the trailer, trying to get into his head and explain to him how the handicap system works, even though he's raced with us for a couple of years, won the championship, but still not 100% sure. So I said, go fast, but not too fast. So I think he's got it.
Well, Mark just said, oh, look, mine's a 2K Cup car. He's got a turbo race car, so, you know, you expect that on the big jobs.
Well, this little Mini it's going to be touch and go whether he can get Mark, isn't it?
Yeah, Robin Greenland, number 121. He was on fire
He's
yesterday.
Yeah, he's lapping faster than Mark there, so...
So Greenland's done a 120.1, Mark Mallard a 121, and Drew Jeffrey a 119.4. So here is Luke Hillhorst in this
Staying out of trouble.
Chevrolet Camaro, number 83.
I think Mr. Hunter's getting close. Second.
So Luke's doing a good job here at the moment. He's got a bit of advantage over the rest of the field, isn't he, in the GT3s?
Yeah, it looks like two of the fastest guys won't be back out there, so that's two less guys they have to worry about. Not that they probably know that, but...
This is a local man from Drew, so just down the road.
So he's made the change from the Skyline that he ran last season over to the Chevrolet there.
Good race here is
Oh,
Robin Greenland. He's got the yellow Land Mini all fired up and round the outside.
that drag going on here.
Drag race over the front straight here.
Side by
he will
side,
get
and
him.
Mark Mallard's got that
Surely
extra pace, and he's
Surely
held
he can
on.
get him under brakes somewhere.
Well, not round there at the moment, not round at the Porsche turn 1. Mark's held off that challenge, so that's going to continue for another few more laps as they head down that little wee short straight down towards the Hamilton Nashville turn 2. So Hillhorst is now can see Ken Hunter in the rear view mirror. So that's the 88 Chevy.
Mr. Cars will be
Gary Carswell, 58
chasing
next
him
up. And then our man from Matamata, Peter Begovic. He's got the Commodore back out on track.
Yeah, so we had Peter and Toby doing running repairs last night.
And Robert Greenland has got past Mallard, so he's obviously ducked him down round by the hairpin, I would say. So now he's set the sights on Drew Jeffrey out in front. So these are the 3 GT4 class cars leading the way, and we've got 6 laps to go.
Yeah, so Drew will be looking in his mirror thinking, I need to go faster than these guys, but not too much faster than he's already gone, and we'll get some penalties. So it's a bit of management to be done there by Drew.
Another one of the petrol heads out of the Naki, where they love their motorsport. Coming up and over the top, so be exactly halfway. So we've done 5 now. He's done a 1:19.4, the best time. Robin Greenland a 1:19.4, so they're matching times at the moment. Mark Mallard's best time at 1:20.6, fastest out on the track at the moment is Begovic, a 1:13.2. Hillhorst goes past a 1:16 flat. Ken Hunter right behind him, a 1:15.4. Gary Carswell's next, rounding out the top 6, a 1:14.1. Begovic, a 1:13.2 and 7th.
Oh,
Robin looks like he's got a bit of a problem there. As I was just about to say, he gets better and better as the race goes on, but he's slowed up.
oh no,
And pulled off.
Definitely not the track.
So 1:21, Robin Greenland has parked it going off the track by the Porsche Dipper. He's done a good job there. He's got it well and truly off the road on the grass. So that's a shame. He was going well.
Yeah.
Well, it's going good. Times are coming down. He was actually challenging Drew there.
Too much for the little mini. Go
Just-
do some investigation.
So something's let go. So now they're all spread out. So these are the guys with Wood. Now you can see they're all on the same straight. So now they're starting to really bunch up, which is what the reverse grid race is all about. Flaming good shot.
Yeah, hopefully there's a good photographer down there.
And I tell you what, Drew Jeffrey, he's got a handy lead over Mark Mallard. They're circulating in 1:19s.
And they'll lap round and see that the little mini's now parked up on the side.
Hillhorst is doing 1:15, so, and Hunter's on the 1:15s, Carswell in the 1:13s. What's Begovic doing in the big Commodore? He's doing a 1:13 as well, so they are closing. Toby Annabelle, he had issues yesterday, still doing the 1:14. So 4 laps to go. Can these other ones chase them down and close the gap up as we head towards that final lap where we might have about 3 or 4 cars all on the same lap, all going for the checkered flag at the same time.
Luke will be looking in his mirror now. Luke's currently in 3rd on the track and 1st in his class, but he'll be looking frantically now because they are starting to bunch up behind him.
That was good skills by the Mini because he's pulled well and truly off the racing line. Parked it on the other side of the fence before the Porsche Dipper, so out of trouble, out of harm's way, which is great, so the racing can continue. Now look at these 3, all bunching up now, all starting to get onto the same part of the circuit. Coming down towards the Dale ITM sweeper. Carswell, can he make a move on Hunter? The Mazda against the Chev.
It's a lot of car to get past.
Mallard still out in front. Drew Jeffrey still out in front. Mallard is second. Still got a handy lead now. Hillhorst and the Chevys closing in, the man from Jury. So 3 laps to go.
Oh, and he's got him.
Carswell
Easy.
slides it down the inside going around turn 1.
He's going to be pushing for a podium here, Gary. He's got the eyes on, eyes forward.
He's got to collect a few points after missing round 1.
Got the race face.
Looks like no issues with times too. I don't think anyone's broken out, which is good for us. Good for them.
Gary Carswell out of Waipukurau in that lovely rotary Mazda GT3. And a nicely presented car. Looks good too, doesn't it? The old black and orange.
Always immaculately presented, that car.
Right, here we go, down the main straight. He's now Hillhurst has actually caught up to Mallard. So now the big Chevy Corvette can close in on the leader up in front. So he's moved up to second. We'll have a couple of laps to go. So now we're coming down to the real race here, because you've got the big fast cars starting to mix it with the GT4s. So Drew Jeffrey, 2 laps to go now. He's doing a 1:19. And Hillhurst is doing a 1:16, and then Carswell's doing a 1:13, so he's just in 4th at the moment, but it won't be long before he moves up into 3rd. Quickest on the track is Peter Begovic. He's going to come into shot now, the 16 Holden Commodore, the red one. He's going to take Hunter. He's doing 1:12. So as we thought there, no problems there for Gary Carswell. Puts his car back up into 3rd now, and they're all virtually on the same part of the track. Here they come.
Looks like our computer system has done really well for our handicapping here.
Like it always does.
Like it.
Never in doubt. So good racing here today. Peter Begovic had an issue yesterday. Did they sort that out with the Commodore?
Yes, they did. In fact, it was Mr. Whitley that helped him get back on track.
Oh, that's good.
So.
Gee, let's have a chat with the old Lane and Shane show, because it looks like it might be curtains.
Yes.
Or the boys will certainly be working in the pits.
Well, I guess they were really close together on points, etc. So it's not good, but they are both missing points. So that's one thing. No one's gained an advantage over that little come together. So I'm sure they'll be back out for the Lane and Shane show this afternoon.
Last lap, and Hillhurst is going to take Drew Jeffrey right around this corner, or will he? Can Drew hold on? How long can he hold on? Can he hold on for a lap? Hillhurst charging down with more horsepower in that GT3 Chevy Corvette. Little wee Honda up in front as they go around turn 2. Gary Carswell closing in on the mighty Mazda all at the same time around turn 3 up and over. So it's going to be a 3-way scrap for the lead. Poor old Luke, just as he grabs the spot, he says, where'd you come from? And he takes him around the, or does he, around the hairpin? Nicely done. And old Gary's just going to take both of them in one big sweep here.
I think we're going to be having some drags up the start-finish straight here for position.
Oh, Luke's come back though. Luke's done the old no, you're not.
I'm going to get Drew while I'm at it, so
we're coming 3 wide into our last corner.
So Drew Jeffrey, he's gone right down to the last corner on the last lap, and Gary Carswell has snuck through and grabbed the lead. So that's perfect timing. Oh, look at Drew hanging in there.
Snuck back in again.
Oh, and he's forced Luke wide.
Luke's gone wide on that, yep.
But he's going to use his horsepower.
Nice and safely around the corner though.
So great racing, good driving, and Gary Carswell.
Peter Begovic
Drew's going to get pipped at the line.
And Begovic out of nowhere.
Where did he come from?
All swamping the finish of the checkered flag, which is exactly what this race is designed to do.
Yeah, I think that was pretty good.
Yeah, I think they all enjoyed themselves, other than Lane and Shane. I think times will look good too. And Robin.
So 3 retired. Robin Greenland, so that's investigation part 1. 17 and 00. We didn't even have a chance to talk about their numbers and anything, because they bang, boom. Booyah, rock and roll, sad movies.
First corner.
Yeah.
Here we go. Got a bit of a replay on that.
So we'll take a look to see what happened.
Fast.
Right, so this is the first corner. So they've just been released. Begovic is in the Commodore. There's the Ford Fairmont. Ducks down the inside. Oh, he just loses it.
Finds a bit of
rain. That's just a pure racing incident.
Yeah, you can't blame anyone there. Poor old Shane Whitley, it just gave away, stepped out on him, and Lane had nowhere to go. He was in the wrong lane.
He was in the wrong lane.
Shane was in Lane's lane.
Lane was in Shane for a bit too.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Hopefully not too much damage, and we can get them sorted and back out this afternoon. We've got a few hours to kill.
I'm sure Lane will go, what was that, bro? What happened there? What let go? Shane says, don't talk about it. All right.
We'll go do some investigation.
Thank you very much, guys. Very entertaining. So stick around, that's Scotty and Teresa from the Trade Zone GT3, GT4, and they'll be back with the big show coming up later on for the second race of the weekend, which will be for the GT1 and GT2s. And we'll find out about the pink helmet, which is an award for something that happened, which is rather funny over the weekend. Stick around. Next up, we have the TransAm Challenge coming back out on track. If you love your V8s loud and proud, you're going to love the TransAms.
Okay, so next up, it is the ETL Hire TransAm Challenge. They're just about ready to head out on track, so I can give you, unfortunately, we've lost a couple gearboxes, and these are big horsepower engines, and unfortunately the gearboxes don't last as long as they used to. As you remember, the gearboxes are getting old as well, so unfortunately, so we've lost car number 12, which is Wayne Conda, and car number 21, we've lost, sorry, Roger Williams we've lost, and is car number 21, and George Sharuri Jr. So Wayne Conda is still there, so we've lost the Mangusta and one of the Corvettes, so a bit of a shame. But current points overall is currently being led by Dennis Running on 735 points from Wayne Conda leading on 760 from Dennis Running on 735. Then we go back to next one up would be Andy Greenslade on 565 from Grant Hanna on 515. Then Roger Williams on 495, George Sharuri Jr. 435. Alistair Wooten on 200 and Rob Bergeron on 190. So there we go. So ETL Hire Challenge based down in Hamilton. And they are the people, if you're looking to rent, if you're looking to get some heavy moving equipment for your business, then ETL are the people to go and see. Don't buy it. Don't use up your good capital. Go and lease it, and ETL Hire are the people to do that for you. They can do contracting. They look after the contracting construction industry throughout New Zealand, so you don't have to be around in Hamilton. And they'll do graders, loaders, excavators, rollers, bulldozers, dump trucks, transporters, trucks and trailers, and much, much, much more. So ETL Hire are the people to go and see for your construction and contracting industry requirements for vehicles. And if you go to Garage 10, you can buy shirts, caps, posters from down there. And also, there are other sponsors involved in this as well. Sino Truck, Roadmaster, 1907 Water, Ideal Truck Services, Radio Sport, Dunlop, NZ, Reaction Screen Print, Partmaster, Petrolhead, and DNA Custom Paints, all supporting the ETL Hire TransAm Challenge. And we're down on numbers this weekend, which is a bit of a shame. And this one, I think, is how we work the grid out on this. And Bob's just joined me up here, so we'll get him to put his cans on and we'll have a chat with him and see what's the goss from the pits. Good morning, Bob.
Morning, JT. How are you?
Oh, pretty good, buddy. How's yourself?
Well, yeah, we're okay.
Good, good, good. So,
yep.
Now, apart from the fact that we've got a couple of dirty gearboxes have gone west on us.
Yeah, 3 of them actually. 3
now. Oh, okay.
We had Brennan on Friday. Then we had Shaviri and Roger Williams yesterday. So not looking that good, but hey.
No, it is a bit of a shame, isn't it? So,
yeah.
And but you know, hey, look, we've still got a reasonably good field here. So what have we done? We reversed it, or is
this is the reverse marble draw?
Yep.
And after this, we'll add up the points and have accrued points for the last race.
That's right. Okay.
There's 8 laps rolling start.
So and the old fella's on the front row there.
Yes, he is. Yes, yes. He might be a bit hard to get past too. He's got a little bit in his bonnet at the moment.
Yep, yeah. Well, Dennis, he's I've always said to you, for a little guy, mate, you've got big elbows.
That's right. Yes, exactly.
So he's a good peddler, is Dennis.
He is. He's been around a while. Yep.
Yep. And of course, he's a bit race fit at the moment too, because he did a full weekend down at Taupo last weekend.
In yep.
The RX8.
Yep, Kieran Wills. Yep.
He's got the ex-Kieran Wills car.
Yep.
And so as they go around the sweeper on pole position, it is Grant Hanna, is it?
No, Wayne Conda.
Oh, sorry, Wayne Conda here on pole. And with Dennis running alongside him.
Yep.
And then we go back to
Grant Hanna.
Then
yep.
It's next man up will be Andy Greenslade with Roger Forward alongside him. Then it's at the back, it's Bergeron and Wooten.
That's the one. Yep.
And so you're actually, and here they come. No, one more. They're going to do one more lap behind the safety car by the looks of things.
Oh, it shouldn't be, but anyway.
Probably because they've got somebody. What's going on? Not quite sure what's happening here. And So they're one more lap behind the safety car. We'll try and get a reason for that in a second. Not going to get any answers out of race control at the moment. They're just a tad busy. So there's a bit of debris on the track, actually.
Oh, right.
On the exit to turn 1. So I'm quite sure what that is. And it looks like there's something blue, so it could have fallen off of... well, it could have fallen off one of the 3 cars out there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So, so what have we got? We've got...
That was the car had its brake locked in pit lane, and we couldn't clear the safety car, so we had to do another run.
Okay, mate.
Safety. So
Thank you.
Full race distance.
Thank you.
Okay, so we just had the word that safety car, its brakes locked on in pit lane or something. So, so they've had to do another lap, and but we still maintain the race distance. Okay, so Racing Ray pulls the Lexus away under acceleration, and it will be Conda. Actually, Conda's not there.
No, I don't know where Conda is.
No, well, that's right, 'cause he's out, isn't he? He's gearbox problems.
No, he's there.
Is he?
Well, he went out, yeah.
Okay, well, he's not there now. So, okay, so it's Dennis running.
Yes.
The man at the front. And, okay, this is more like 10-pin bowling. They're dropping like 9 pins.
So it's actually 6-pin, didn't it?
Okay, and they are underway, and it is Dennis running, takes the lead as they head down into turn 1, draws across the bow of Grant Hanna, and Grant pulls out of that one fairly quickly, and doesn't want to scratch that new paint. Now I'll look at Andy Greenslade now, having a look down here. It's a big dive under brakes, and I tell you what, Andy is brave, isn't he? Down under brakes, up onto the ripple strip he goes, manages to take 2nd place away. Already Alistair Wooten has picked up a couple of spots as they come past, heading down towards the higher pool hairpin. Greenslade's all over the back of running, and now Wooten's right on the back of Greenslade. Rob Bergeron's just sitting back in the pack there. I think he's just waiting for straights because he's got lots more horsepower, I think, than a couple of those guys in front of him. So out do they come? Greenslade's already taken the lead. Didn't even see that pass. Must have been a drag up the hill. So as they head off now down towards the Dale ITM sweeper, it is Andy Greenslade in the Jaguar, and now Alistair Wooten takes 2nd place away from Dennis running. Dennis just didn't even bother with that one. He just left the door open and let him go. So now the question is going to be, what's going to happen in front? Now, Greenslade is quick. Wooten has showed that he certainly doesn't want to take any prisoners when he wants to make a pass. But I've got a funny feeling Andy might be a little bit resistant to him having a crack. What do you reckon?
We've no doubt about that, and I think we need to watch Bergeron. He'll be coming through soon. He's come up to 4th now.
Yep. So, through the... I think Rob, though, is a little bit precious about Violet, and he certainly doesn't want her to smash well, especially after a damn near $300,000 rebuild. He certainly won't want to. And Greenslade left the door open for him. He has too. That was a bit. So, but can Wooten get the pass done now as they drop down into the Porsche Dipper? Now, tell you what, that Ford has got some wick, hasn't it?
Certainly has.
So out of there they come now. Can Greenslade hold off Wooten now? He's going to drive it down the middle of the road. If he sits out there, Wooten's going to take a dive. Here he comes, and nope, thinks better of it. I tell you what, Greenslade's quick. That Jag has got some pace in a straight line.
Very fast car.
So it's normally we think the old bow tie is the one that's got the horsepower, but in this case, I think it's the Henry. As they come across the start-finish stripe to put up 2 laps. Alistair Wooten fastest lap on the... No, it's not Robert Bergeron, quickest man on that first flying lap with a 106.265 as they come down here now. Greenslade goes tight. Wooten down the inside. Is he going to have a look? Yeah, he's got it up the inside. And
in a switch.
Big dive there. Greenslade tries to come back for the up and over, but that doesn't quite work. And I've got a funny feeling now that that's the fat lady. As they come through the bottom corner, up the hill they come now. Wooten has got the nose in front, but is the big Jag going to come back at him? But look in the rear vision mirror, Andy, you've got a whole heap of Viper coming at you. It is the big Dodge Viper of Rob Bergeron now sitting in the rear vision mirror of Andy Greenslade as they come up the hill here. And a good pass at the back here. Roger Forbett on Grant Hanna down into turn 10. The Penrite Commodore. So Camaro. And across the start-finish stripe, Wooten goes to the green slate, follows Berger and right in behind him. And there's a good scrap here right at the back for the minor money. And now Berger and right on the inside of Greenslade as he comes down the straightaway towards. He's being just a little bit. He's only done the one race so far this year. As I said, the cars have been under rebuild for quite some time after the accident at the end of last season. And this is his only his second race. Well, obviously, the first one was yesterday. So he'll be dialing himself back into the big Viper, Bob.
Yes, no, he's driving it well. He's getting more comfortable in the car. He hasn't had it that long, so no, he'll get Andy, and he'll I think he'll give Wooten a bit of a hurry up too, just quietly.
And Grant Hanna stopped, and where's that? That looks like climb up the hill. Oh no, Grant Hanna, he's hit the wall, so he's got his nose against the wall. I wonder what happened there, and I might get a replay off of our camera people if we're lucky. And what's going on down the bottom of the track here? There's a bit of a dice going on here, and look at this. This is a scrap between Running and Forbett, and Running's Forbett was got past. Now we've got a yellow flag safety car. That's quite understandable, given where Grant Hanna's parked. And it's not looking good for you, Bob.
It is not, no. But they'll be closing up, so the finishing few laps will be quite interesting.
Yes, certainly will. And so we've got 5 cars left running at the moment. So we've got Alistair Wooten, Andy Greenslade, and Rob Bergeron from Dennis Running and Roger Forbett in that order. Grant Hanna's out against the wall now. Wayne Condor didn't start, nor did actually Wayne Condor. It was Wayne Condor was in the pits with jammed brakes. That's who it was.
I got a replay of what happened.
Okay, we've got just getting a replay coming through any minute now, so I'll be able to tell you what happened. Grant Hanna's got it going. So he's made a dive down the inside of Roger Forbett and just goes to power it up and overpowers it, gets the tail out and goes to correct it. Can't quite happen and just rubs the wall. He doesn't hit it that hard. So I think that might be just superficial damage. So good effort there from our people in the production unit to give us that big replay on TV. So and looking at the car as he comes through turn through the the Porsche dipper there, it's the bodywork's rubbing on the ground, but it doesn't look like there could be too much damage.
No, just superficial. Just superficial. I think. Yeah, I think he just got the power on a wee bit early, and away she went. Yeah.
So, but of course, unfortunately, by this stage, we've already called the safety car and called the rescue crew, and they're already out on the track racing to get to the scene. Whereas, yeah, that's superficial damage on the front there. We see him driving around the track. Yeah, as he comes up the hill, you people standing on the top of the hill will be able to have a look at it as he comes into pit lane. And that'll upset Grant. And being a panel beater and painter, he likes his car to look pretty cute.
He did right, he does.
Clean, doesn't he?
It's a pretty car too.
So, yeah, but of course, last season Grant campaigned a Class 2 car, which is was basically a genuine Corvette that's been modified for racing, whereas these things are basically a space frame chassis. All the same chassis, effectively.
Pretty much they are, yes, yes.
Same design.
Yep.
Riley and Scott built a lot of these back in the day. And then there was quite a few built here in New Zealand too. There were, and I like to get them all out of the garages, I can tell you. Yeah, well, you need to go around the country door knocking. So, but there's how many of these are in the country? Do you reckon? 26. 26 of them. Okay. Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of them running in the GTR and Z class, which is a good class. That's right. But these things are evenly matched, and the racing is probably a little bit closer. And so these would be the probably the closest thing to the fastest tin tops we've got in the country at the moment. Yes, I think so. Yeah, fiberglass tops and tin tops. Or as you put it, Formula 5000s with clothes on. That's it. So here we go again. They're just about underway. No safety car still out there. As Racing Ray pulled away, let's have a look. Yes, he has. So as they come up the hill, doesn't look like Bergeron or Greenslade are that worried about trying to get close. Here they go. And I tell you what, having said that about Greenslade, look at him straight down the inside, looks up the inside there. Wooten sees it coming, slams the door in his face. Into turn 1 they go. And it is Greenslade from, Wooten from Greenslade, and then right in behind him, it's Bergeron, Running, and Forbett rounds out the field at this point in time. Through the up and over they go, heading down towards the higher pull hairpin. And it is an 8-lap race, this one. So they're currently into
2 to go.
2 laps left to run. Oh, look at this, Berger and down the inside of Greenslade here, having a look at him at the Porsche Dipper. But don't think anything's going to come out of that. And he's probably going to lose ground now because he would have been slow off that corner, because Greenslade would have got a much better exit out of there as they come off that corner and they head round towards the Dale ITM sweeper. Now powering up the hill here. It is Andy Wooten making every post a winning post at this point in time. Greenslade in behind him, the Greenslade Furniture Jaguar X K8. Across the line they come, and it is the Viper through third position. Then the Diff Specs Chevy Corvette follows them through from the Penrite Holden Commodore. Why do I keep calling it a Holden Commodore? Chevy Camaro. So it's down into the through the up and over they go, and it's the Wooten's Chicks. I think that's the name on the side of it, isn't it? Yeah, it is Wooten's Chicks, which is, I'm guessing, something to do with one of his gymnasiums that he owns.
Could well be, yes. Yeah, it might be a ladies only one.
It could very well be.
We could go and check it out, perhaps.
Yeah, so or either that or he's opened a chicken farm, one of the two. And then the Greenslade Furniture Jaguar XK8 follows him through the Porsche Dipper. And we go back to Violet, that gorgeous Dodge Viper, the only one ever built, and actually holds the outright lap record around Pukekohe Racetrack.
That's right.
Racetrack. I think has it been broken? No, it hasn't yet.
Oh, yeah, I think Glenn Smith might have broken it.
No, don't think they've run that on the old configuration track. That was that car set the lap record on the old what I call the proper configuration.
Yeah, right. Yep.
So
anyway. And I think he was dicing with the Jag at the time, wasn't he?
He was. It was that Jag actually. So those two cars and that. And whilst we were doing all that, we lost the fact that they actually crossed the finish line for a finish. So it's.
Wooten, Greenslade and Bergwijn. That's what we expected.
Yep. So there we go. So Alistair Wooten took it out. Andy Greenslade comes through in second position. Rob Berger in third. From Grant Hanna in from Roger Forbett in fourth, and Dennis running in fifth. DNFs from Grant Hanna, Wayne Conda, and George Drury Jr. and Roger Williams did not start, so that's a bit of a shame. And we won't see them for the rest of the day because of the gearbox issues. Let's just hope that Wayne Conda can get his brakes unglued and Grant Hanna can get his bodywork fixed up for this afternoon's race.
Yes, that'll be good.
We got one more, so there we go. So we're now going to go back over to Jonathan Green, who's going to pop in any second here, and we're going to take over with the Castrol Toyota Racing Series. Will be coming up next. And don't forget, if you're looking for anything for your contracting business in the way of vehicles, then our friends at ETL Hire are the people to go and see. If you want shirts, caps, or posters, go down to Garage 10, pick them up now. They've got some cool shirts down there. But ETL Hire there in Hamilton can service your industries needs throughout New Zealand with graders, loaders, excavators, rollers, bulldozers, dump trucks, transporters, trucks and trailers, and much, much more. There we go. I'm JT. We'll be back with you later on for the SAS Motorsports, Auto Parts MSC Formula 5000 Formula Libra Sports Cars. Next up, it is the Castrol Toyota Racing Series, and that will be the distinctive voice of Jonathan Green.
Right, let's try and get some reaction with Jonathan Green along pit lane with that very exciting Castrol Toyota Racing Series. And the man of the moment, Liam Lawson. Awesome Lawson does it again.
Well, I'm here with Liam Lawson, and this is going out to the PA. Your fans were cheering you all the way. Tell us about your race. Scintillating stuff.
Yeah, it was a really good race. I got a really, really good start. That was the main focus for the start of it. Managed to get round Lucas, and then from there the pace was really good. Esteban had a really big gap, so it was hard to catch him, and it was only sort of towards the end that we really started making ground.
Had you picked a corner to try to overtake him?
I thought it was going to be turn 4. He wasn't very good through 3 and on the brakes there, so that was where I thought I was going to get him, but he did well to cover it off every lap. He made it really difficult, so it was only the last lap I got to run onto the straight and sent it down the inside in turn 1.
Are you worried about the incident with Walls? They're looking at it.
Yeah, they're looking at it. From my view, I went down the inside. We have to look at footage to see what actually happened, but it looked like for me he turned it on me, so we'll go and have a look at it. I can't really comment on it at the moment, but yeah, really cool race.
Friends, family, a lot of Pukekohe fans here. Are you going to give them a victory in the feature race?
I would do my best. We had really good pace and quality, but I stuffed up the lap. So we're starting P3. Marcus will be really quick, so will Lucas. So it's going to be really tough. Obviously, it's really hard to pass. So we'll see what we can do.
Congratulations, Liam Lawson.
Good skills. That's Jonathan Green down in the pits with all the action from the Castrol Toyota Racing Series. Stick around. Next up, we're back into the Trade Zone GT1, GT2 class. Right, they're away and racing in the Trade Zone GT1, GT2, and this is the reverse grid race. So joining us, we're back with Teresa and also Scotty. So just explain exactly the format for this race as we get the staggered start going.
Yeah, so once again, this is the handicap race, as we would like to say. So slowest guys off the front, bit of a time advantage to them, and then all the rest follow. Fastest guy is last, which I think we've got about 9 guys starting out of the pit lane today.
So a few cars, bit of damage from yesterday, and a few cars just got a bit tweaky in that end of the race yesterday afternoon. We thought the track had gone a bit slippy, but I think it was all basically racing incidents, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think pretty much racing incidents. They were all happy and talking to each other afterwards, but yeah, there was definitely a couple of comings together.
Like the number 9 of the Tasman Cargo airline car, the Jessen Mobile, a little bit bouncy.
Yeah, they were
it's a little bit unsettled.
This morning with a slide hammer, straightening that door out so we could open and close it properly, which can hardly even tell now.
She's a little bit bouncy in the rear. Wait for that car to settle down before he does anything crazy, like try to take out Bob. All through safely.
So a good start to the opening wrap, and Bradley Jessen, number 9, got that new sponsor, which is all very good, isn't it, from the old Tasman Cargo Airlines, which is great. And put the old ding in the door right where the sponsor's logo is, which is a great way to get it on TV and get a bit of recognition and payback for backing the sport.
Yeah, livery's only 2 days old and already it needs to be redone. So fast guys are relieving the pits now, so goes Adam Yule, cars to lap already, straight out into traffic. Same with Cameron Jones. Traffic, traffic, traffic. Going well. Brad Jessett's in the 111, so he's leading the race at the moment.
We're left to our own devices.
Cam will be wanting to get past those slower, let's say, cars as quickly as he can. He reckons he's going to win this race, so keep an eye on Cam there.
Well, Adam Newell's not far behind him.
2 BMWs there to racing together. They're the ones that come together yesterday. Good mates, so they help each other fix each other's car, and they're both back out there racing hard today.
Yeah, so Cam, hopefully he's looking in that rear vision mirror because Adam Newell is on the hunt. So we've got Johnny DeVeth right out the back. So
78, lovely Porsche doing a good job there at the moment. And Sam Collins had a wee moment in the big Mustang out of Canterbury. 78, Sean Kirkpatrick, he's really wound up about his racing, loving it, thinking about it from International Motorsport. Oh, drama for Grant Bredon. And the big Chevy Corvette looks like it's blowing. That's a shame. Number 48 from Tauranga. And he is a motoring engineer, but he doesn't want to be doing engineering between races.
Hopefully he's out the way because we haven't really had any good runs this season for limited safety cars, so hopefully he's out the way to carry on this race.
So Cameron Jones, Glenn Smith, working their way back up through the field, and
Jason is pulled over, so he should hopefully.
Cameron Jones having a little look around the McLaren of Glenn Smith as they go down to turn 1.
He'll be wanting to make that happen so we can then say, remember that time I passed you, Smithy?
Yes,
Here.
and of course Glenn Smith normally has all of the #1 races with his Porsche, but that's where he's parked.
Not a good place to park, Brad.
Yeah, that's out of 2 and going into up and over at 3, so that could be obviously local course yellow. We may have the safety car as Cameron Jones.
Going a long way around.
Going to do the duck down the inside of the hairpin, and then what can he do around the Porsche dipper? And look at the Veth. Was it Adam Newell closing in? Round the outside of the dipper.
Smithy sent him wide.
And now he's got the run down the straight, and it's a drag race into the IOTM sweeper.
Cameron's got the power.
And Adam Newell's joined the party as well. Oh, hang on to it. Hang on to it, the necky man. And the flying forward. Oh, twitchy.
He just wants to get in on the party too.
Was he drifting there, Crawford?
Yeah, we've got yellows out.
So,
Safety car, here we go.
So I think Cameron Jones, I think he got the pass in before the yellow car, the safety car came out.
So we've got cars off, possible oil. Yeah, so goodbye handicap. Now we're all behind safety cars, so it's all bunch up together, and any advantage the slower cars had is now gone.
So that's where, sadly, Bradley Jesson, I wonder if that's as a result of what happened yesterday.
No, but if he had gone straight ahead, he could have parked up by those barriers there and would have been out of the way.
It's a bit weird when he went out to it. Didn't look like it's handling like it normally would. It normally sits quite flat, that four-wheel drive.
Yeah, it looked
quite bumpy and
bouncy, wasn't it?
Yeah, diff issue or something maybe. Follow around with the safety car, see if they can all bunch up nicely. Obviously, Brad can't move, so may need to get a tow to get him out of where he's sitting.
After an awesome start this season.
Guys right on their times too, with 1:10 from Sam Collins, 1:10.1, so he doesn't want to go too much faster than that.
Here we go, Hampton Downs Ute out on track.
The Hampton Down Ute has the lead by the look of it. Just waving some competitors past there to bunch the field up.
Well, that's getting a good bit of publicity for Tasman Cargo Airlines there.
Beautiful livery that he's got on there. Metallic red's something else up close. So we've got oil, whether that's from Brennan maybe. So whether he's out the way enough to carry on, I guess Brad out the way and then go from there. Laps winding down. We've got 6 laps to go at the moment.
Here we go. Tow rope out.
Be like, don't scratch my new paint job. So Murray Bell still has the lead, so he'll be happy with that. Not for very long, but in his new car.
Have we talked to him? Does he like this new car?
He does.
He does?
He doesn't like the lack of speed down the straight because he's used to passing everyone down the straight, not being passed, but he can't believe how well it handles and turns and brakes. So Nathan Strachan's come into the pit too. Not sure what's going on there.
He's been shaking his head all weekend, unfortunately, Nathan. He just had clutch issues, gearbox issues, and he just hasn't been able to get it going this weekend.
Yeah,
so
coil pack, which Teresa did a part run for him this morning and got him that, so that got him going again. But yeah.
So if anyone wants to purchase a
V8 RX8, RX7, sorry, Batmobile with a Toyota Lexus V8 in it.
Maybe that's why it's throwing its toys. It's like
It's been going around other tracks so far this season. It's been going good. So it's just one of those weekends, I think, where you just can't, you know, you get it out of the old container and it just spits the dummy on you.
you get seasons like that. It's not one thing, it's something else.
So, at the moment, Gray, Kirkpatrick, Collins, Anderson, Cameron Jones, Newell, Smith, DeVeth, Strachan and Bradley Jessen, the two guys struggling. Grant Brennan, of course, also struggling. He's out. So the question is, can the slower guys at the front of the field with a handicap start, the likes of Bell, Richard Wagstaff in the 619 MRS Toyota. He is a Toyota man from Tasman Toyota down in the Naki. Does his parts and service and loves racing his car and building the motor, and he's a hard case dude. So
get Grant out of the way as well.
So just having a quick look on the timing there. So it looks like John DeVeth, even though he's got grid position 2 by the look of it, he's actually a lap down. So he has to get in front of Murray Bell and then pass everybody again for the win. So laps are counting down. He's only got 4 to go. So
the safety car is not going to work in his favour. That's going to open it up for other drivers to try and get a win today. And it might be Cameron Jones, the number 7. He might be able to muscle his way through the field if we can get the safety car off the track and unleash the beast.
So clearly whatever happened with Graham Fraser's car yesterday isn't quite fixed. He's just come into pit lane there.
yeah, they were working quite late on that one last night, trying to get it going again. But yeah, time's not too bad, 12.8. So.
Oh, so he's lapping all right.
He's lapping all right, but.
Fastest man out there, John DeVeth. What's he's done? A 104.2. Glenn Smith, a 104.5, a 102.6. Adam Newell. He's been quick. It might be Adam Newell.
Yeah, he's had a good weekend.
The hedge clipper.
Long overdue for a race win.
Yeah, from Taranaki. In fact, it was hard case last night with John DeVeth, the cowcocky, the farmer. He was absolutely stoked to get a win. And Glenn Smith wasn't, because Smithy was always winning. Yep. And he said, that's it. I'm bringing the car back to Manfield. And John said, oh, let me have one more play. Let me try and at least win the weekend.
Yeah, no, I did hear Mr. Smith, because they share a trailer. He's like, if you beat me again, your car's not going on my trailer. So
I'll get Murray to work on my car, not yours.
Exactly. Looks like we're about to go again soon, are we?
So the lights are out, the safety car. It's going into pit lane. We're back racing, green flag. And it's
a whole heap of GT1 and 2 all mixed together.
3 laps to go. Can the fast guys muster their way up from the rest of the field? And DeVeth is going to do it all again. He's got to go all the way around, isn't he?
He does, yeah.
So look out for some of these guys at the top 5 spots. Richard Wagstaff there. He was waggling the tail in that cool little wee Toyota yesterday.
3 to go. He's got a lot of work to do in a short period of time.
Oh, they're not making it easy for John this weekend, are they?
No, so the other likes are going to be coming through.
Paid someone to bring out the safety car.
Murray will be always back because he's got all the fast guys behind him.
So now it's a real big scrap as they come on to the Dale ITM sweeper. So that number 33 car.
The whole of the field going around there. Excellent.
Look at that.
Oh, look at that handicapping. I know, that's right. It was the safety car.
Yeah. All nicely bunched up. Oh, look, here comes Cam. Stay on the track, brother. Stay it on. Keep it on. Cameron Jones in the big yellow. Number 7, Mighty Mazda. He's not too far away, and he's got speed in that car. And here comes Adam Newell in the Ford Crawford. So it's Bell.
Whoa, that's close.
Just hanging on. Look at Cam down into turn 1. Got to make sure they don't have any contact.
Who's going to make it go the long way?
And Adam Newell snicks down the inside, and Cam says, no, you're not. Yellow car, yellow car, yellow car.
Hey.
Up and over turn 3. In fact, everywhere Cam goes, Adam tries to go. Now he's getting caught up in the traffic. So Cameron Jones is going to grab the lead. It won't be long here. And Adam's just got to position himself, and he'll have a couple of laps to try and grab it off him. But he's got to get around. There he goes, around the slower cars, down the Porsche Dipper. Cameron Jones in the Mighty Mazda out of Palmerston North. And now he's going to line it up as they go down the straight of the Dale ITM sweeper. What a great shot there.
Glenn McDonald.
Short period of track.
And then Adam Newell round the outside. So we're going to have a couple of laps to go, and it's going to be these two flyers out in front, having a good old-fashioned trade zone GT1 showdown without Mr. Smith.
Well, he's there somewhere.
Now he's going to be there. He's coming through in the McLaren. There he is. He's backed up. So Adam's had a look down the inside of turn 1. Cameron's going to shut the door.
Jesus. Well, here we go. 3 wide.
They still have a good battle, but a little bit of clear area for a bit.
Yeah, so Adam's going to just have to be patient here and try and use the extra pace and speed of that beautiful Daytona Crawford.
It's going to make our GT1 points for the season look a little bit more interesting.
Oh, he did it in the previous race. He lost it, and he's done it again.
Oh, Brian Great. Oh, look at that.
Oh, has he done a
He
tyre?
won't be happy.
No.
No, he's done it to himself.
What's that, the classic case that just ran out of talent?
Yeah. Cam can breathe a little bit easier. Don't have to worry about that anymore.
Cam would have been, well, he probably would have been laughing in the rearview mirror as he saw him coming out of the Highpool hairpin. So it's going to be last lap for Cameron Jones, and he's got it in the bag at this stage, but it's never over until that
Hang on a minute.
checkered flag.
Where did that come from?
Checkered flag.
Oh, okay. He heads. All right then. We missed that.
Good work, well done. So Cameron Jones gets the win. And poor old Adam Newell, oh, he'll be kicking himself. Absolutely kicking himself.
Because he's, instead of going from...
Look, there's the big salute.
The victory wave.
The Cam man.
Look at me, Smitty, I won one.
He's back.
See, that's been shared around now, which is great. You've got John DeVeth, the cowcocker, yesterday. Now you've got Cameron Jones from Palmerston North today. And now John DeVeth comes across.
Yeah.
So there we go.
We need to go and have a talk to them and say, okay, guys, no more safety cars for the next race, please.
Oh, no, that made it exciting. You never know. It'll be what it'll be. It is what it is, as they say.
But 3 retired, so we need to go find out what their little issues were before the next race and let everyone know what went on there.
So the next one's going to be the full reverse grid and handicap.
Yeah. These guys that are at the front that have won, they'll get penalised a bit more, and maybe we can get one of these GT2 cars a win.
Will anyone be starting from pit lane?
Oh, at least 10 of them. We had 9 this race, so yeah, probably 9 to 10 of them will be pit lane starters.
All right, so well done to Cameron Jones. He'll be absolutely wrapped, and well done to the team too, because they spent a lot of time keeping their car on track and rebuilding, and little wee parts that may cost about, $200, can cost thousands of dollars worth of rebuilds and damage. So excellent, good to see the man get a win on the mighty Mazda. Brilliant stuff. Stick around. Coming up, talking about fantastic cars. Great race in the Castrol Toyota Racing Series this morning. And it's all about the fantastic flying Formula 5000s. And I'll be next up on track as we continue the action here with the SpeedWorks Motorsport Championship. If you're enjoying the live streaming, let's have a look at all the action here. So there's good action. So this is Grant Brennan, and it just blew. Yeah, that's just gone burger, which is a real shame. Been out racing for 5 years, and now he's got it back. But the team from Brendan Motorsport will have to do a lot of work to get that back on track. May not be for this weekend, but never mind. So plenty of action in the GTs. Take another look at the replay if you're enjoying the action on the live stream as we wait for the loud bangers to come back out with the Formula 5000s. And Kenny Smith, don't forget, his goal for the weekend is to try and get the outright lap record. So on our live stream at the moment, we've got some of the Crawfords. This is John DeVeth. Oh, and there's the replay of Adam Newell. He's a great guy. He's a laid-back. Oh, smoking it up from the Taranaki big hedge clipper contractor. And, he just spun the rear coming out of the Highpool hairpin. He did one yesterday in a different corner. So he's had a couple of come-in spinner. He'll be the grinner, the spinner, Adam Newell from Taranaki. But it's all good for Cameron Jones, and we're counting down to the fantastic Formula 5000s. Remember the time to beat a 59.407. Can they do it?
British Racing Drivers Club. So what they've done is they're trying to replicate that here with the Legends Club. So people like just joined us and come online, and as I say, we've got he's there. You know, it's a virtual who's who,
which is great, isn't it? Because it's like getting all the living legends around, have a lunch and catch up and talk and trade old stories and enjoy watching a living legend in Kenny Smith try and break the all-time lap record here at Hampton Downs. And who better to talk about that? Never ever, we talked about this last night, go arm wrestling with the mechanic, right? Because this man has got the strongest. It's like Magilla Gorilla.
I heard this story last night
at the Macau Street race. The all-time. What's happening there? Who's blowing a motor? No, it's just a bit of dust.
No, it's the dust, a heat soak. So, hey, thanks, Clint. Right, they're heading round now, and they're just about to go for a kickstart. So we're going to hand over to David Oxton's going to join me. I'll get the race going, and then we'll bring David in once we've got the excitement of the first few corners over and done with. So here they come up the hill now, and it is Kenny Smith on pole with Michael Collins alongside him. Then we go back to Greg Thornton in what is probably the most famous Formula 5000 in the world, and they're going. And into turn one they go, and it is Kenny Smith is going to lead them through there. Michael Collins slots into second place, and I'm now going to bring him in. David Oxton, good afternoon.
Hello, JT.
How you doing, mate?
Couldn't be better. This is magical motorsport. Look at it all, the big V8s in the 5000s and the wonderful TRS cars.
It certainly is.
Great single-seater action.
Oh, look at this. Michael Collins now having a look at Kenny Smith on the outside into the higher pull hairpin, and up the hill they come, and with the drop down into the dipper. Now, we were talking about this earlier on, that Lola T332, they were basically a customer car, so they were built a little bit stronger than the McRae GM1 behind them, and that's a lighter car. But even Greg Thornton and the Chevron is in on this, David.
They were the top three cars in the early 70s, those makes. They were the ones that were doing the business in America and England, and it's really good to see that mix of cars now.
Yep, of course, Graham McRae was a very, very clever engineer. Kiwi built cars here, but there was one other one, and that's a bloke by the name of George Begg, and you were his man in the Begg FM5. In fact, actually, and then the 018, wasn't it, after that?
No, the FM4 first, and then the FM5. So I was very lucky to be George Begg's works driver for 3 or 4 years. We went to the UK, did the International Series, the Rothman Series over there with FM5. So I owe a lot to George, 3 championships that came with those cars, and great times.
Yep. And of course, the other day we were talking with Rob Allen, who was one of his business partners a bit later on. So here's Kenny now down into the Porsche Dipper in the La Valise Lola. Now he really wants that lap record this afternoon, and he's already setting fastest sectors. His opening lap was a 101.428. They're both pulling away from Greg Thornton, and then Aaron Burson's doing a great job with David Banks riding behind him in the I think it's the Australian Grand Prix winning Lola from Kev Bartlett, if I remember rightly. And it is Kenny sets the open lap 59.444. There it is. He's still 400ths away.
What Kenny's got to have, and Mike, has got no safety cars. The common curse of modern motorsport, the safety car interruptions breaks all the rhythm up, and Kenny just needs to just have that 1 or 2 more laps, no intervention, and he may just do it.
Yeah, and he can't be bothered. He can't have Michael Collins hovering around the back of him either. And now look, here's a great scrap here. Oh, hang on, we've just gone back to it. Yeah, if Michael Collins starts annoying him and trying to make passes and one thing and another, that's going to distract Kenny, and it's going to slow him up because he's going to start having to go defensive. So we certainly don't want that happening. And you can see on that straight how quick that GM1 is. It just closes right up on the back of the Lola of Kenny Smith.
Well, Michael was really better on himself yesterday for missing that opportunity to grab the win, and you can see he's got a lot of intent now. He wants to glue onto Kenny's backside and make that opportunity arise when he can. And
here Kenny Smith across the line, not a time that back in the 1 minutes now, so a 1 minute 0.9. So maybe that having Michael there is just maybe slowing him up a little bit, and especially in this part of the track, Michael does seem to be able to close up quite a bit on the back of Ken as he comes down here. He's having a look, and he's having a nibble here, and Kenny's just trying to keep that flow going, and that's the secret to it, isn't it, David?
Plus, it's probably not the best time of the day for a lap record attempt. It's usually nicer in the morning when it's cool, and we got a bit of headwind up this main grandstand straight. That would affect the speed somewhat, but hey, it's only a couple of tenths.
Look at this, look at this. Well, Michael Collins has a dive and almost pulls it off, but if you're going to have a dive with Kenny Smith, you better make sure it's right. You're right in there, because Ken just shut the door on him as they had a look going into turn 10. So here they come across the line again. Look at this battle. It's going a little bit further back here between David Banks, Glenn Richards, Kevin Ingram and Tony Galbraith. They're having a great, and Shane Windleburn is in there as well in the Lola T400. And the only one in the race. Oh no, Glenn Richards has got one in there as well. Sorry, so T400s, they weren't exactly a big success story, were they, David?
And most of them finished up with 332 suspension back on them to make them go properly.
Yeah,
yeah.
Because they had that experimental rising rate suspension, wasn't it? It didn't work. So Kenny Smith down into the Porsche dipper one more time. Michael Collins absolutely glued to his side. Now look at Ken. He's looking in the mirrors, and you don't need to be doing that. So down into turn 10 he goes. Michael a little bit further back this time. Can't get the pass done on Ken. So out of turn 10 he comes now up the hill, and this is a looking at what the rate is on this one. I think it's a 10-lap race if I remember rightly. Look at this down here. These guys are absolutely on each other down into and Brett Willis there. He's fighting off Kevin Ingram as they come out of there to climb up the hill. Shane Windleburn sitting in there, and Tony Galbraith just in behind that. Go a little bit further back, and it's Tony Robertson, Peter Burson. Tony Robertson, a Class A car, which is, maybe you want to just tell the people what a Class A car is as opposed to Class B.
Well, Class A, as I recall, is the earlier, what should we call the earlier 5000s, from more the 60s period, late 60s, when we had the McLaren M10As and Bs and the Lola T140s, the older cars. Whereas when they came very aerodynamic, the Lola 332 was the first of them. Graham McRae made the wonderful, what should we say, M19 McLaren lookalike car, and that set the pace in both Europe and both England and the USA. And usually when Graham was driving, of course, it was very, very quick, sometimes unbeatable.
Because Graham was an extremely capable driver, wasn't he?
Yeah.
So a bit hard at times, but oh, look at this down the inside here. Is that going up a 30 there, and that is Kevin Ingram.
Yeah, Shane Windleburn over Kevin Ingram. Kevin's got the Viceroy painted car, very famous colour scheme from the days of Vels Parnelli. I don't think it goes as well as the Vels Parnelli cars, and Kevin's a little bit frustrated with the setup on the car, but he's getting mileage on it. Yeah. Really good Formula Fordster from back in the day, Kevin Ingram.
So yeah, well, I'll ask you about some Formula Fords in a minute, but just on the Greg Thornton's car, we need to talk about that, because that is probably what you would call the most famous Formula 5000 car in the world. It actually is the only one that ever won a Formula 1 combined race with Formula 5000, and that was with Peter Gethin behind the wheel. And I think we're just about the last lap board will be coming out soon. Yeah, and Peter Gethin, now you raced against Peter Gethin, didn't you?
Yes, Peter ran in New Zealand with the VDS team, and 2 very good years with the Chevron B24, and he partnered up with Tony Dean one year, and that was when he won a combined Formula 1 race. Now this battle's really good here, but Shane is, yeah, he's just got it on Kevin again, but they're having, this is what these boys will really love, the close racing. They don't care too much about lap times, it's about having some fun.
Yeah, and racing close, and racing close in one of these things would be a lot of fun, because they're big, scary, powerful cars. And here comes Kenny Smith one more time. Michael Collins having another look down into the Porsche dipper. Some great camera work there of the back end of Ken's car. And you can see how defensive Ken is here. He really is. He's not taking the big line into the corner. And I tell you what, though, he's not hanging around. 59.976 last time round. So
is this the flag now, John?
Last lap board is, no, this is the last lap board out now. Yep, here comes the flag. So Kenny Smith's going to take it out, folks. And Michael Collins is a well-deserved second place, and he has. I'll tell you what. sooner or later, I think he's going to get past Ken. You know, he's really determined.
Those two cars are so well developed. Kenny and Barry Miller have really made a nice job of returning that lava. In fact, making that lava-less roller even better than it was back in the day, or the same sort of car.
Yeah.
And John Crawford at Motorsport Solutions does wonders with McRae's and Lolas and Talons and everything. But that Michael Collins car is a work of art. It really is nice to have a look at.
Beautiful car. Okay, and across the line come the final set of boys, and they'll take out, that's Brett Willis, Shane Windelburn and Kevin Ingram and Tony Galbraith, and they had a great race. In fact, I think they had the best race of the whole lot. You know, so but David, the big FM5, I mean, I remember you racing that car, and I actually loved that car. It was a pretty looking car.
George was one time engineer at McLaren Formula One, and he admired everything that Bruce did, and one of Bruce's best cars was the M19 with the bulbous sides. When it came to designing a new car, he decided that would be a nice car to emulate, and Graham McRae did the same. But it happened to be that the best idea was to use resources as available, and George designed it to have the same fuel tanks as the McRae and the bulbous shape. So in fact there is a similarity to be more so between the Beg and the McRae cars. But no, I love that car, and in fact I think probably it only raced for maybe 3 seasons altogether, but it's sitting gracefully in Southwoods Museum if anyone wants to have a look.
There was 2 of them, wasn't there?
Well, there's a lot of conjecture about this. There was only ever a spare tub made at George's, and when George stopped racing, I think when we were in Europe, he agreed to sell the spare tub to his mechanic engineer, Fred McLean. So the FM5 was built, the second one, but it was never called a Beg, and it's never been a Beg. It is a Beg FM. It's an FM5. In difference to Fred McLean. So I think, although there's a lot of discussion over years about, the sister car, it really isn't, and was totally separately run, built in Christchurch.
Because the one you raced is the one in black. That's a black, the one in Southwoods Museum, isn't it?
Correct.
Was it black when you raced it?
No, it was yellow, and we had a big shunt at Brands Hatch, and we decided it was an unlucky colour, yellow, so we changed it to...
I do remember it being yellow when you raced it here, okay. You didn't race any other model of Formula 5000, did you?
I had a look at some footage on Facebook, apparently. I remembered I did 2 races in Max Stewart's Lola 330 at Wigram and Invercargill in '74, when he had a car that was sponsored by Coca-Cola, and he needed to meet obligations, and I just did 2 races in the old car. It was a fairly old one, but it was a fun one.
And you'd actually forgotten about that?
I had forgotten about that. It's called old age, I think. Things, the things that it's like fish, but they get much smaller. You actually forget that you got the fish.
Exactly. So, hey, look, David, I might hold you up because I know you would need to get back to that Legends thing down there, and so you can go back and drag up a whole load of old memories with a load of other old blokes.
I think most of us have this problem. I was just talking to Jim Richards down there before, and he said it's wonderful to come to these things. The trouble is we forget each other's names. And I thought, thank God for that. I thought it was just me.
Oh dear. So, although I think somebody who's in this room last night, who was in last night, did make a comment that you still got the hairstyle you had back.
You still haven't combed it yet.
Well, as long as it doesn't go pure white. I think I was looking at the bottles in the cupboard, and I thought my old man had something called Silver Check, and he used to run it through. My wife Kelly said, "Don't you dare! Just let the age go normally." So there you go.
David, it's been an absolute pleasure having you with us, and we hope you can make it back for the.
Sure.
Actually, I'll tell you what, if you can find the time, we'd love to pop you back for the Formula Fords later on, because you've got a special connection with that one that I'd like to share with. We'd love to share with the people out there today. So thank you very much. If you can fit it in, it'd be great. If not, just enjoy your time this afternoon with all the other legends. Ladies and gentlemen, that was David Oxton, one of New Zealand's great single-seater race drivers. Matos Formula Libra Series. And this is the second race of the weekend in the, well, the second weekend and the second race of the weekend for the Atomize and Avid North Island South Island Challenge. And this weekend, representing the South Island, it is Tom Alexander, who originally, although he lives up here in Bombay with Ken Smith, he is from Christchurch. And also Gary Love out there in the Rolt RT4. They're representing the South Island, representing the North Island, James Watson. And sorry, complete mind blank. James Watson and the Rolt Jeff Harriman. And so there we are. Those that's the North Island, South Island Challenge. At the moment, the points are the South Island was leading to going into this meeting yesterday with the retirement of Gary Love. The North Island have just taken the lead. So it's a case of who's going to finish this one. So we've still got 2 more races for these guys. This is this race and the final one this afternoon. And some interesting cars out there. You've got Grant Dalton, yes, Team New Zealand Grant Dalton, out there in a brand spanking new Radical SR8. And you can just see that on screen going around the corner there. And that has got a 2.7 litre V8 motor in the back of it, around about 400 odd horsepower. And Grant's, this is his first time he's driven it, was this weekend, and he's just getting to grips with it. So on pole, it is Tom Alexander in the Swift DB4, normally campaigned by Kenny Smith. It is the ex-Craig Baird car, and I was talking to Kenny this morning. It's a 2-time New Zealand Grand Prix winning that car. Originally won with Dean Hall drove it. He won it in 90, I think it was, or 91, Ken tell me. And then Craig Baird won it in 90, Dean Hall won it, 91. Kenny won it in another Swift, and then that car won again in 92 with Craig Baird driving it. So 2-time winning New Zealand Grand Prix car. On the outside of him, it is James Watson in another DB4 Swift in 3rd position, Gary Rush. Then we go back to Jeff Harriman in the Rolt. Then it's the sports cars. On the inside, Richard Kelly, series coordinator for the New Zealand Sports Car Championship. And alongside him, it is Grant Dalton. So here they come. And it is lights out, and already at the front there, it is Tom Alexander takes the lead into 2nd position, slots James Watson. 3rd is Gary Rush and Jeff Harriman. And so it's all the sports cars, the single-seaters at the front of the boat. Grant Dalton must have got it completely wrong there, because he's lost 2 positions, one to Jeff Sharp and Robert Holm. And although he's got that position back, Steve Sharp in the Tiger right on behind him. And then we go back to Gary Love, right down at the Highpool hairpin now. James Watson has decided he wants to come and have a go at Tom Alexander. Now this is going to be a fight. Watson is a young charger. He's a hard driver. But Tom Alexander, although he has, he telling me yesterday, hasn't driven a single seater for 2.5 years. He's been doing campaigning the Aussie Utes, and is a very capable young man. Now, if you look at the back of these 2 cars, they're very different in their wing configurations, whilst they're both the same model. Here's Richard Kelly having a look on the inside of Jeff Harriman as they come out of that corner there. This is the Matos Formula Libra Series. And then you can see Grant Dalton in the background in that other Radical. Gary Rush comes into shot there in this 3rd of the Swift DB4s. Tom Alexander, fastest man on the opening lap by just over a second as they go around turn 1. And already the 3 Swift Atlantics have disappeared up the road. Jeff Harriman there in the Holden 3.8 litre engined Formula Brabham through over the top of the hill there, car number 51. And he normally runs car number 5, but we decided, he asked this weekend, there is another car number 5 in the class. So we said, would you mind choosing another number? And he said, well, I'll have 51, providing Greg Murphy's not racing. I think he's fairly safe there. So number 73 in the background there, Richard Kelly in the that is the Juno SSE. That was the car that was campaigned a couple of seasons ago by Dean McCarroll. Dean's got a brand new car, but unfortunately not here this weekend. And there's Grant Dalton there in the Radical SR8 coming down the inside. That's, as I said, the V8 powered one. Basically 2 Hayabusa motors bolted together. Tom Alexander across the line fast as that 101.705. He's pretty adamant there's a 1 minute in this car. so he's not too far off it now. He's just 1.7 seconds away from it. He may find that. So down into turn 1 here. Here's Robert Holm, and that is the nemesis. And there's a good scrap going on here between Nick Barker in the Reynard inverter and Steve Sharp in one of the Formula Suzukis as they come down here under brakes, under the bridge. And Nick right up the inside there. Good pass there by Nicholas Barker in the Reynard inverter. You wonder why it's called an inverter. Adrian Reynard, when he designed that car, in the wind tunnel, technically it can run upside down at 100 miles an hour on a ceiling, so obviously it's never been proven, but apparently that's what you can do with it. Here's another car, Steve Sharp, and here's our other South Island competitor. This is Gary Love in a Rolt RT4. He's dropping down into the Porsche Dipper now, and right in behind him there, it was Nick Ray in the Ray Club Sport. So down the long straight here, and Gary Love was takes one of those Rolt RT4s. They were the predecessing car. David Oxton, who was with me a few minutes ago in commentary, he campaigned one of those, a Pi-sponsored car, and he still owns it, I believe. A very popular car when Formula Atlantic first came here in the 70s. Replacement for the Rolt RT1s. They became a great car. Now, here's Robert Holm. Look at this, got a pass done on Richard Kelly, as has Grant Dalton. So Richard must have put a foot wrong somewhere that we didn't pick up off screen. And just in front, now he's got the pass done on, or he's having a go at Grant Dalton. The Grant Dalton is not an easy pass as they come out of there heading up the hill. Grant getting used to this car, normally campaigns a 800 odd horsepower Chevy Camaro in the Central Muscle Car Series. And of course, they don't go around corners. You point them at a corner and light the wick and their big horsepower, and then you brake at the other end and hope you can get around the corner. And but with this thing, you don't. You just keep going. And Tom Alexander sets the fastest lap of the race again at a 101.57. James Watson's fastest at this point is a 102.299. And Jeff Sharp has stopped. We're not sure where that is on the track. The little Suzuki's pulled right up on the grass. He's well off the track, so that's quite some good thinking by Jeff Sharp there. That won't bring out a safety car. So that's on the run down to Dale ITM. So there's Tony Carruthers, actually, from Canada in the Swift sports car. Tom Alexander, as you can see here, in the Swift single Can-Am, sorry, in the Swift Formula Atlantic. So two Swifts on the track there together. And I don't know where James has gone. I think James is dropping well off the back here. As Alexander now trying to get a decent run, trying to get, he wants to get into that, so last one, a 102.969. So the track maybe have gone away from him a bit. And here comes Watson across the line now with a 102.497. So Watson's backed out of it as well. Okay, here's young Tom Alexander. Now let's see if he can get a quick one in here. There's Watson in the background coming over the up and over now, heading down into the Highpool hairpin. No sign of Gary Rush. Where's he? Normally these Formula Atlantics are pretty much running nose to tail on the track, and it's normally a very close class of racing, but this weekend we're missing a couple of them. There's car number 46, Nick Ray, pulls off the track. Here comes Alexander around turn 10. Heading up the hill. That's Jake Haag, and the Mission has got himself off the track. Now that could very well bring out a safety car. Where is he? That's obviously at the Porsche Dipper. So, and it looks like it's stalled. Whether he can get into reverse gear or not, it's that's a motorcycle engine car, so it will probably have a starter motor rigged up as a reverse gear. So hopefully they'll get him out of there and it doesn't bring out another safety car. We don't want one more of those this weekend. So up the hill comes, this is Richard Kelly. And he's having a good scrap here with Nicholas Barker in the Reynard inverter. Robert Holm just up in front of him, and then in front of Robert you can see that 2-litre Vauxhall absolutely throwing flames out of the exhaust pipe as they come through the down towards the Hamilton Ashfelt's corner. And Richard Kelly's having a real fight on his hands here because Nick Barker is climbing all over the back of the... Oh, he's right around the outside, and I think he might have a word to say about that. Richard really didn't give him any room there, and he gave him a bit of muscle, hip and shoulder coming into the high pull hairpin, but it is a good scrap. And we've got a couple of laps to go on this one, and this actually last lap board is already out, so young Alexander's already gone across the line. Watson's followed him, so has Rush. Harriman's still up in 4th position, so it's looking stronger, like the South Island's taking the North Island taking the points back again. And down into the dipper goes Tom Alexander. This is his last lap. As he fires down, he's going to put a pass on Steve Sharp in the Tiger. That is one of the cars built by Howden Ganley's company. You heard Howden was with us yesterday doing commentary. And up the hill comes Tom Alexander to take out his 2 wins from 2. Hasn't driven this car for 5 years, hasn't driven a single seater for 2.5 years, and bang, puts it through across the line one more time, and a very big margin back to James Watson there of just on 0.7 second gap back to James from the last one. Gary Rush can't be too far away as he comes across the line. Jeff Harriman won't be too far through. Tony Graham out there in one of the Formula Fords, as is Cody Banks was out there as well. Tony Carruthers come through. We've lost a few in this one. Nick Ray, Jake Haag, Jeff Sharp, and on Alders. Paul Cooper didn't start, neither did Russell Brock. And across the line, they all finished now, all done and dusted. Here comes Tony Carruthers to take the last one, the last spot, or the last man running, I should say. Nice man, Tony. And there's looking down, that's Jake Haag down there at the Porsche Dipper. That is Jeff Sharp trying to get out of his car. So that was the Matos Formula Libra race with the second round of the North Island versus South Island Challenge that is sponsored by Atomize and Avid. And I can currently say that the North Island has probably got one hand on the cup already after that race, or after this morning's race. But and Harriman finished how many spots in front of Gary Love? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So he was 5 spots in front. So yeah, so at this point in time, it's swung back to the North Island, probably by 1 or 2 points. So we'll take a break now, and we're going to actually go to a lunch break. So that will be happening. We'll be back again at around about 1:15. Sorry, 20 to 2. We should be back with the classic touring car racing. I'm JT. We'll be back with you later. Bye.
1, 2, 1, 2. Can you hear that, Simon? Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2, 1, 2. Test 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, 1, 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Righto, the Lexus lunchtime rides are happening at the moment for clients of Lexus New Zealand and also from Toyota. So what you're seeing on the track is a range of amazing high-performance cars where they can experience amazing and the summer of performance. And at the moment, you've got the Lexus course car. Don't go away, Eric. Stay right there. All 5-litre V8s like Jeff
So not a big grid, but it is a brand new class. We are trying to grow it, so please bear with us. And if you, because I was walking through the pits this morning, talking to several race drivers who I know have got cars that are eligible to this, and they say, yeah, well, they're still in the sheds. We've got work to do. We're getting them out, getting them going, and we'll be around at the next meeting. So bear with us, because this class is going to grow, because there is a big hole in the market for it. So the back of the field here is the man who developed the whole thing, and that's Chris Watson from HRC with the Alpina B7 Turbo. I know it looks like a BMW 635, but well, essentially that's what it started life out as, and then they sent them off to Alpina, and Alpina breathed on them. Alpina a little bit like where AMG were to Mercedes, Alpina were to BMW, and this thing runs a turbocharged 3.5 litre, so it's certainly got some wick. It's like 400 horsepower. Unfortunately, it's been having tyre problems, so it blew a couple of rear tyres earlier on in the weekend, so that's why it's got very skinny back wheels on it, which are actually off a road car. It's got slicks on the front, but skinny road wheels on the back. And of course it just can't get the power down, and it's a very tricky car to drive. We've lost obviously Veen Smith in the V8 Commodore. They're about ready for the off, and away they go, and it will be Armstrong leads off the line. Stephen Armstrong leads off the line in the RX-7, the Peter Stuyvesant Group C replica of the Alan Moffat car from back in the day, and he will lead away Marty Irvine in BMW 318. And then that next car in there, it's a Volvo 242 GT, and that's Des Redgewell. Now, Marty's been having problems. It looks like he might have changed the wheels, because he was telling me earlier on he'd got brand new wheels on the car that he'd had imported from Italy, and apparently that he had them custom made, and apparently they weren't working, because what was happening is they were heating up and they were buckling, and they were letting the air out of the tyres, or letting low tyre pressures. And he was finishing the race with 5 and 7 pound pressure in the front of the car. So, and some little David O'Connor goes around there in the on the BMWs. There's Des Redgewell there in number 42. That's that Volvo 242 GT. Des has been developing that car over the years, and it's got a lot of horsepower. So across the start-finish line now comes Armstrong with Marty Griffin in hot pursuit. Now Marty's a lot later under brakes than Armstrong down into this turn one. Now that car of Armstrong's was a faithful replica to the original cars built by Moffat, and so much so Moffat actually autographed the dashboard of the car when he was here for the Legends of Bathurst meeting here 2 years ago. But since then, I believe that Stephen has fitted a Hollinger box into it to obviously give it a bit more strength in the gear department. And but it is definitely the same configuration that the Moff ran it in. And of course, that really upset the Aussies when Moff went and built this thing, because obviously they were in the Falcons, their Falcons and their Commodores, and one of these came along, and then I think it was George Fury turned up not long after that with a Nissan Bluebird Turbo, and that really put the cat amongst the pigeons, especially when it first set the fastest ever lap around Mount Panorama. So there they go down into turn one, our lead cars, country mile in front of Des Redgewell, who's wandering around there all by himself at the moment. And then at the back of the field, we've got the 3 BMWs, Grant Schultz and the E36 320. Here comes Redgewell now, down into turn one with the 242 Volvo GT. Oh, lift, look at that. I tell you what, that's how tightly sprung the suspension is, that car. He runs it over the ripple strips, and it lifts the inside rear wheel. So that gives you an indication of how well set up that car is. Of course, nobody really ever thought they were going to do anything with these until they entered them in the European Touring Car Championship. This is a normally aspirated one, but they had the BMW, sorry, they had the 2-litre turbos, or 2.4-litre turbo, I think they might have been, back in the day. And, of course, one of them rocked up here, courtesy of one Mr. Mark Patch, who actually this afternoon is enjoying a very nice lunch down there in the Legends Lounge right at the end of that the track here. And Mark imported one of those with Michel Delcourt as the driver, the Belgian, and promptly won the Wellington Street Race, complete with flapping bonnet as well. So the Volvo 242 GT, quite an amazing motor car in its day, on 242 turbo. This is just a 242 GT, pumping out around about 200 odd horsepower. Chris Watson, here he is, and this is the Alpina B7 Turbo. They didn't call them a 635, they were called a B7 Turbo by Alpina, and this is a genuine car, worth a lot of money, these cars, if you've got one. I know Jerry Hodges, who prominent BMW racer, has had an original one and sold it not long ago to Europe for a lot of money, because they did not build many of these cars. This one is a genuine car, but unfortunately it's not a matching numbers car, and it was pretty rough when they got it, so it's not ever going to be a concourse car, so they decided to turn it into a race car. And Chris Watson, who is the one of the head people here at HRC, and also, for those of you that don't know, is the man along with his good friend Tony Roberts, the man responsible for building this racetrack. So Chris Watson and Tony Roberts, there he is in the BMW 635, sorry, the Alpina B7 Turbo, thumping around a track that he and his friend Tony Roberts developed and built over the years. Of course, some 4 or 5 years ago, they sold it to the current owner, Tony Quinn, who's then carried their dream on further and finished this fabulous facility here in the North Waikato. Chris powers the big BMW down through the Porsche Dipper, and as you can see, it's got those skinny little back wheels on it, trying to get 400 odd horsepower down to the ground. It is only its first ever race meeting. This is only its second ever race. Or third ever race, sorry. So he'll be very, very ginger with it through the, and you can see it's, in fact, it definitely needs some suspension work on it as well, because it's leaning over right through the corners there as they come up, the 2 litres come up the hill. It's a chalk up 5 laps. And there's the B7 Turbo follows them through. Here he comes, Stephen Armstrong with Marty Griffin right in behind him. And then in the background you can see Chris Watson and David O'Connor. And I tell you what, Marty, I think Marty's going to put a new set of wheels on this car. I think he must have dashed back up to Auckland and grabbed the old wheels for the BMW, because the tyre pressures seem to be staying with him, because the car definitely looks different to what it did this morning. And when I arrived at the track this morning, Marty collared me. A big dive here. Look at this. Down the inside. Oh, nicely done. And Marty's completely sideways. And I'll tell you what, that would have given Stephen Armstrong a fright. He wouldn't have expected that to happen, because he's had it all his own way this weekend. He's managed to follow Marty on the first few laps of the last 2 races, and then just power away once Marty's tyres have started going soft, and he couldn't get the speed through the corners, and therefore was slower on the straights. And Stephen Armstrong was quicker. However, on this occasion, I think you'll see that it's got some new rubber on the front, and he will be that Mazda's pretty quick up this hill. So here it comes now across the start-finish stripe one more time. And it is Stephen Armstrong in the Peter Stuyvesant International number 43, as carried by the Moff, Alan Moffat, in the Australian Touring Car Championship, the Group C days back in the late 70s and early 80s. A stunning looking car. And if you're a Mazda fan and you love the sound of the rotary, then this is the car you want to listen to. For those of us that are more inclined towards the European, it would be the BMW in behind him with that beautiful singing 6-cylinder that's got in that. So here they go now. They'll get the last lap board this time around as they come up the hill. And you see the RX-7 with a personalised plate Go Play on it. As he comes up the hill here, he's going to put a lap on Grant Schultz in the E36 320. Across the start-finish stripe they go. And last lap board comes out now for Stephen Armstrong. Down the inside goes Marty Irvine. Puts a lap on Grant Schultz as well. I think Stephen might have this one pretty much stuck in the bag as they head off around turn 1. Sorry, turn 2, down into the high pull hairpin. And Armstrong's got this one completely locked away. There's no way that Marty can come back at him from there. Up the hill they come and drop down into the Porsche tipper. Armstrong for the last time this weekend in the classic touring cars. Next time you see them, folks, I can assure you there'll be a bigger field of these things. We know of at least a half a dozen more cars that are just about ready to come out of the woodwork, just a little bit too soon for them. And some pretty iconic colour schemes as well. We'll have the Winfield Commodores and a Mobile 05 Commodore. So here he comes. Put your hands together, folks, up on the hill. Stephen Armstrong as he comes across the line to take it out in the Mazda Peter Stuyvesant Moffat Racing replica. And Marty Irvine comes through in second position behind him. We're looking a fair way back now for Des Redgewell in the 242 Volvo. And here he comes. No, that's Grant Schultz. So Grant's a lap down. He'll finish in 4th position. And we look a little bit further down track. We're just waiting for Des to come into view. This is a long way back. I'm just scrolling back around the track trying to find him. And here come the 2 BMWs of Chris Watson and David O'Connor. They've been having a good little fight, actually. And David O'Connor doing a great job there with a 318 BMW against the much more powerful 634, the B7 Turbo. Of course, as I say, the B7 Turbo is brand new, so it's still sorting out the handling and certainly the turbo power. Okay, here comes Des Redgewell and that beautiful 242 Volvo GT to take it out. And that will be the end of the classic touring cars. We won't see them again this weekend. Next up, it won't be too far away before we have the IQ Components Formula first. And Clint's back in the commentary box, and we're probably going to have, we should have a chat, Clint, about what I've just witnessed down in the Legends Lounge.
So what legends were there, mate?
Mate, who wasn't there? Garth Hogan was there, right?
Oh, the dragster.
Yeah. Well, basically, Michael Clark gave the microphone over to Willard Martin, who's the head of NZIGP.
Yep.
And the whole Legends concept, I wasn't really quite sure what it was all about. It's not just car racing. It's anything with a motor or wheels, and they've even turned around and said some aspects of boating as well, you know, like powerboat racing and jet.
The Griffith Cup and all that sort of jazz, the hydroplanes.
So what they want to do is they want to put an organisation together that celebrates all the greats of all classes of motorsport in New Zealand and celebrate it and make it an organisation that has some worth going forward. But I mean, look, you had Garth Hogan down there. It was Howden Ganley, obviously, David Oxton, Kenny Smith, and while we're on the subject, he did get the outright lap record of 49.444. The previous lap record was 49.87.
49.
59. I do apologise.
59.
59.44 is the new outright lap record around this race.
When did he do that?
In this morning's race.
This morning's race?
Yeah.
Because I was keeping an eye on it, and all I could see was 60 seconds, though.
Yep, he dropped down. He did drop down. He did 2 laps under the 60, and one of them was an outright lap record. So Kenny Smith, new outright lap record holder here at Hampton.
He did do a 59.44.
He did. He did. So there you go, folks. When you see him this afternoon and he comes out on the track, give the man a stand up and give the man a big hand, because that was an impressive performance. Okay,
I was watching that, and it didn't actually show up on the timing of the time, though.
No, well it did. It was there, 59.44.
59.44.
Yeah. Anyway, so that's something we'll talk about.
That's great.
Yeah, that's something we'll talk about later on. But right now, that Legends thing, it was just incredible. Paul Fahey's there, Wally Wilmot.
Cool.
Bruce McLaren's first ever mechanic. They're celebrating writers, guys that Eon Young, who's no longer with us. but Eon, who went, so they're celebrating him as well. Chris Amon, Bruce McLaren, Danny Holm goes without saying. They've been honoured. And unfortunately, I had to leave just as we were getting to the really good bits to come down and do this. But I'll tell you what, folks, if you have got a hero, go and stand at the bottom of the steps outside there and wait for these guys to come out, because every motorsport legend this country's had that is still alive is down there in that room this afternoon.
Great, great. And I hope they have more of those occasions and keep everyone getting together and enjoying each other's company as well, especially on good motor racing days as we celebrate the New Zealand Motor Cup, which is the next big race to come this afternoon for the Castrol Toyota Racing Series. And never forget the Bruce McLaren Museum here, so check that out.
And that cup is actually on display in that room down there at the moment. We're just having a look at it earlier on. Anyway, I'm going to go away and leave you guys now with the High Q Components formula first, and I'll be back a little bit later on.
Good on you, JT. And joining us, we've got Sheridan Bonner from the team. Sheridan Bonner. How are you, champ?
Not too bad yourself, Clint. I have to ask one thing. How was lunch today? Because you're on time.
Yes, it was very good. It was very good, probably because it was late. And we were running slightly late this afternoon for the program. No, it was great. Yeah, good. Yeah, the Castrol Toyota Racing Series always put on a superb lunch.
Yeah, they do a fantastic job around here.
Mind you, I still had a time to sort of whip away and grab the old compulsory hot dog and the meat pie. So, yeah, bit of health food.
Keeping in shape.
Yeah, I think just been out of shape and just not too worried, really. I think it's after Christmas, I think we'll have to work on that. So at the moment, the shape of the championship and the High Q Components, it's all changed. There's just a couple of points in it between Chris Simon and Reese Hendel-Cox. But after the last race, Hendel-Cox has had a couple of good victories this weekend. So he now's got 507 points. Chris Simon second with 494. Billy Fraser third with 425. Liam Foster fourth with 413. And Amy Smith rounds out the top five with 395. And the leading rookie at the moment, Ronan Murphy, with 322.
Yeah, so 13 points in it between 1 and 2. And we've got them 1 and 2 on the grid. It's definitely going to be good this afternoon, Clint.
So cutting down to the third and final showdown. 8 laps. Race 23 of the weekend. Giving you bang for your buck. And it's red light time. Lights are out, racing, good clean start. Both getting off to a good start. Hendel-Cox taking control right from the get-go against Chris Simon. Rest of the field away smoothly, no drama down the rest of the field.
Bit of a muff start there from Kyan Davies, but they're all away now.
Charging down towards turn 2 for the first time. Bit of ducking and diving. Ronan Murphy there being passed. We'll see who makes the move around the top as they slide over turn 3 of the up and over. Down towards the higher pool hairpin. 2.63 kilometres around Hampton Downs with its rolling hills and undulations. The Porsche Dipper, a bit like a roller coaster ride here. So it's down one hill along the valley and back up around the next, isn't it? So it's a real roller coaster ride.
Really, really cool track to be at, actually, with the undulation and the tight turns and the fast-flowing turns. These guys really enjoy it. Coming up to Hampton this weekend, but it's a bit of a surprise considering Formula First race. And the first two have actually got away from the rest of the pack. But then we've got the typical big pack racing that Formula First usually has in the middle there, fighting for that last podium spot.
2 wide. Back down the field, coming out of the Dale ITM sweeper. Now with 3 wide, heading up towards the exit. The entry to pit lane, a little bit of jostling. Don't want to get too twitchy.
It'll be Billy Fraser. He didn't have a bit of a tardy start, and he's going to have to fight his way back through the field as he goes into turn 1, passing Bob Dillo.
So it's Reese Hendel-Cox out in front. Closely followed by Simon, Foster, Smith, Boniface, Hurst, Murphy, Carter, Fraser and Dillo. That's your top 10 at the moment. Fastest times are 1:24.2, being set by Reese Hendel-Cox out of Edgecombe. And then 1:24.5 for Chris Simon. And the rest of the drivers, 1:25s. There are a couple of 1:24s mid-pack, but that's their problem, is they're mid-pack and they're involved in a good battle group.
Yeah, those front two are cleared out, but you look at this battle in behind, a couple of rookies. Remember, the orange numbers are the rookies in the field. And Rona Murphy there in the Speed Sport Scholarship car.
That's the blue car.
And
Number 91.
Ron Carter just on the back of that bunch. They're all fighting for the final podium spot, but they'll all just be looking at Chris Simon and Reece Hendelcox way out in front there. They will not want to let them go, but unfortunately they've got a gap and they're going to have to work together to chase them down.
So Reece Hendelcox. Oh, one of them's gone a bit wide. Just coming out of the Dale ITM sweeper. Gets it back under control.
It's Thomas Boniface. He's going to have to cover into turn 1 here as they go flying past our commentary box.
So now he's going to be in danger of the old slipstream and the drafting. Seems to have recovered quite well though, just getting it a little bit loose, running it onto the grass.
He's recovered reasonably well.
Yeah.
There's not too much of a gap there, considering he's way out in the boonies. But Foster is, I just seen him going down that second straight. He's watching in his mirrors.
So they're down to around about the 120s at the moment, the leader. Reece Hendelcox, a 120.8.
Not quite as quick as they were this morning in the 19s. Foster's had a bit of a moment there, which is how you were talking about Kenny Smith's record before. It doesn't really surprise us because we were very, very quick around here today.
Yeah, 119.8 earlier today, and of course the lap record round here for the Formula Ford's a 119.55.
So they were almost on lap record pace, but it's interesting, this little pack, they're not really jostling for position, but they are sort of letting themselves catch up to hopefully try and catch up to that front pair and perhaps contest for a win, but it looks like they're going to have to settle for third unless something happens up front as Hendelcox and Chris Simon and Brodie McConkey's car this weekend goes across the line.
120.798 Reece Hendelcox, 120.882 Chris Simon. That's why they're in the front of the field and dominating the race at the moment, but Chris Simon just can't quite get close enough and put the squeeze on Hendelcox. He's always just had more than a car length's advantage, so he's broken that slipstream.
He said I was talking to him this morning and he said he's struggling with the weight of the car. It's about 20 kilos overweight, or over what it needs to be, and he's just struggling coming up the hill down the front straight. And as soon as he gets over the hill, it's all right, but just struggling pulling that car up.
Good battle developing here between 67, and that's Thomas Boniface, and just behind him, number 55, Amy Smith. We talked a bit about her from the previous race.
Here's Amy Smith. She's got her first podium last year at Pukekohe, and she's had a couple this season, and she's really looking to stamp her authority on this championship. She's a little bit off the pace points-wise, but she's always at the pointy end, and it won't be long before she definitely gets her first win.
Both her and Thomas doing 121.8 at the moment. They've also just broken that slipstream. One of them's gone onto the grass coming out of the Dale ITM sweep, but that's another one that's just gone a bit wobbly and a bit wide.
I find it interesting, actually, we're just looking at that. Reece Hendelcox has actually pulled away from Chris Simon quite a bit now. He's really just taken this race by the throat, and he's gonna charge away from Chris if he's not careful.
Could be a 3 from 3 weekend and a dominant performance where he could take control of the championship.
It really would be a dominant performance by Reece. He's really stepped it up this year, not only with his car pace, but his actual racecraft and how he goes about doing his races.
Whoa, Liam Foster just runs wide coming out of the hairpin. So Thomas Boniface and the green machine, number 67, has a bit of a look down the inside, smokes up the tyres going through the Porsche Dipper. And Amy Smith, 55, in the blue and white Formula First, just creeping in the background, lurking in the background, just waiting to pounce if they make a mistake.
There's a spin back there. Nathan Sidiano, he's had a bit of a spin at the Porsche Dipper. He's managed to keep it going. No problems there. So it's interesting how this race for third, fourth and fifth is going. It may not look like they're trying hard, but they are absolutely wringing the neck out of these little cars.
So there comes the drafting and the slipstreaming. Liam Foster is going to pay for that one mistake. Boniface and Smith both going wide around into turn 1, and they're going to sweep right round. Will he be able to hold off Amy Smith? She's just going to let it flow, avoid the grass, run up on the ripples, and it's still a two-way drag race down to turn 2. Now she completes the pass.
Brilliant racing there, side by side, no touching, no nothing, no one was in the grass. It's great to see these young guys and girls just giving each other just enough to race side by side.
So there's a good three-way scrap for third at the moment. There's a good three-way scrap battling just behind them as well, developing.
Yeah, Billy Fraser from that tardy start, he's managed to pluck his way back through. That's why he's done a 21.1. He's actually the second fastest car out there.
So Liam, he won't be that, you know, disadvantaged because he's just lost that spot, but he can easily make that up, as you can see as they sweep out of the dipper along the straight into the Dale ITM sweeper, and then he's going to try and position himself to try and do to them what they did to him.
I'll come past this time with 2 to go, and I'll try not to put the mockers on, but Reese is pretty much sewing this one up. With Chris Simon, he's comfortable in second there.
1200cc V-dub motors. The only place to race, and this is the first place to really learn your racecraft once you get out of the intensity of go-karting.
Yeah, it's quite good. You know, if we were to name drop, Nick Cassidy, who's running in the 24-hour at Daytona. He was last time I checked, he was running about third, just about jumping the car. Conrad Clark did a stint in America. Of course, Liam Lawson today, this morning, winning the Toyota race. And there's a few other guys around the world. If we were to name drop, Scott Dixon, Shane Van Gisbergen, Richie Stanaway, all these guys started out here on the tarmac and have gone on to bigger and better things.
The breeding ground for those fighting New Zealand's next world champion. They go from Formula First to Formula 1600 into the Toyota Formula, their FT50. But it's all about, it was interesting talking to some of the drivers coming out of karts. They say it's a bit more slow motion because it's a bigger car, bigger track. Everything happens just slightly slower, not so much of the same sort of level of intensity.
Yeah, it's quite funny. Like they say, they've got all the time in the world, but if it goes wrong, they say it all happens so fast. But it's certainly a different aspect. These cars, you can't really wring the neck out of them because they'll bite you and they won't actually go that fast. It's all about the momentum.
So Reese Hendel-Cox, he's coming across the line now, number 19. Last lap, Chris Simon had the championship lead coming into the weekend. He's second at the moment and will leave second in the championship. Thomas Boniface has recovered really well. Dropped that spot to Liam Foster and co. Picked it up again. And now Liam Foster's in the catch-up mode. And Amy Smith's right there in that battle too. Then after that, it's Fraser Murphy, Hurst Carter, Flynn, the Flying Flynn.
Just speaking of momentum, this is going to be great momentum going into the biggest motorsport weekend of them all, the New Zealand Grand Prix.
That's 2 weeks' time coming up in February 8, 9, 10 at Mighty Manfield, which is now, of course, Circuit Chris Amon.
It's where we like to put on our best show, and hopefully we can. We always try and show up the other classes. It never works, but we might as well put on a show for the fans. And as you can see in the background,
it's a real show. They're all having a show. We said, you know, Liam Foster may have lost it at that previous lap, but he's made it up, and suddenly he's grabbed third. Now it's all on as they go wide, 4 wide down into the Dale ITM sweeper. They all want part of the action, and suddenly poor old Boniface, who was third, he's back in 7th.
So this is going to be good coming up to the line. It's going to be all on hell for leather.
And number 14 in the Carter's car's going. A checkered flag goes to Reese Hendel-Cox. Chris Simon gets up there for second. Now it's a 4-way scrap for third. They're all lining up. Down to the line. Oh, photo finish. And Boniface, he kept it. How did he do that? He lost it, he kept it, he lost it, grabbed it back.
I tell you what, that's great Formula First racing to see. And there's Thomas Boniface taking another podium this year in his rookie season.
Great skill, great example of the drafting and the slipstreaming that Formula First is famous for, and developing great racecraft and race drivers. And that's the key, racers, developing racers, not just drivers. We talked to David Oxton before that, you know, you can spot the gifted ones who are natural-born racers, the likes of Liam Lawson, the likes of Marcus Armstrong, and you get you get them and they become, you know, they go from being a good driver, but their natural racing instinct takes over.
Yeah, so sometimes they may not be like, we've had times where they've come through our Speed Sports Scholarship program and they're not the fastest out of the blocks, but by the end of sort of the winter series that we do at Manfield, which is a great way to get them into the class, so sort of by rounds 2 or 3 in this championship, it all just sort of clicks together and they manage to, you look at some of the, like Thomas Boniface, he's now in there, he knows what he's got to do to get podiums and perhaps race wins, which he did at Pukekohe. And something just clicks, and then eventually they can move on to the next season, wherever they go, whether it be 1600, 86s, any of those sort of directions. We've got Callum Crawley, who's our national champ from last year. He's gone the Formula Ford route. Caleb Donato, who was second, he's gone the 86 route. So it's a great way to start and then branch off into any other class in New Zealand.
Yeah, and it also brings out the natural athlete in the drivers too, because as an athlete, you do all your training, training your moves, you do your preparation. When you get into the race face and you put your race face on, that's when you want it to become instinctive, reactive, and you just do what you have to do without having to think about it. You say, yes, this is what I've got to be, and I've got to do this at that particular time.
Yeah, I mean, you look at that 4 wide across the line, you can't just be like, oh, this will be easy. You've got 3, 4 other guys that want a piece of it, and you've got to know that whatever move you make is either the right move, the wrong move, and great place to learn. Hence why we do the winter series, because it is the best place to learn when there's not so many cars. And then you come here and you take all those skills and you can learn how to do your racecraft and you're racing around a few other people.
So well done to the team from the High Key Components Formula First. Reece Hendel-Cox extending his lead. Great weekend for him. 3 out of 3. He'll go to Mighty Manfield as the man to beat from the Flying Formula First. Thank you very much, Sheridan. And also Geordie Peters, who'll be updating all the action on the website. And it's going to be Hendel-Cox, Simon and Billy Fraser getting up there with that close flying finish. So thank you very much to Sheridan and the team from Sabre Motorsport. And, of course, with that High Q Components Formula First. So Hendel-Cox first, Simon second, Boniface third, Foster, Fraser, Smith, Hurst, Murphy, Carter, and the rest of the field rounding out the top 10. Stick around. Next up, we'll be back with the Roaring Rotaries, and it's the Mazdas next up on track. Right, joining us, we've got Leo Bolt out of the Dark Horse race team for the Mighty Mazdas. And it's been a great weekend so far for Keith Wilkinson, the likes of Simon Baker, who won the last race. Good result. How was he, the man from the Kapiti Coast?
Yeah, Clunder, I went down and talked to him and obviously congratulated him after the race. He was absolutely buzzing. You know, he could see Brett coming in the distance over the last 4 laps. He made a couple of little mistakes, but, you know, a couple of tenths a lap, it was a long way for Brett to catch. And you know, it's the quickest Simon's been around the track. He done a 16 flat, 0.4 of a second quicker than he's ever been. He was absolutely chuffed.
Great, which is why you go motor racing. It's great to see one of the young guys or one of the guys new to the class end up getting a breakthrough victory like we saw this morning in the race with number 11, Simon Baker. You'll see him in the yellow and blue Mazda RX-8. Getting a breakthrough victory out of Paraparamu from the Kapiti Coast. So now we're getting set for the 8-lapper, race 24 of the weekend. A little bit cloudy, a little bit cooler now too. The track temperature's got up to 38.6 degrees. Now that's the ambient temperature. Roger the Dodger used to say the ambient temperature down here is 38.6 degrees. What about the cloud cover? And is there a threat of darkening clouds and the old W word?
Yeah, well, it's possible. If they get a few laps in, they'll get a little bit of temperature into those tyres and get a little bit of growth. Otherwise, if it was raining, we run the Nexon tyre. No, we don't run a wet, Clint. You know, our class rules is a dual-purpose tyre, which is really competitive and cost-effective for everyone. If it was raining, we'd go out with some more tyre pressure, you know, just to you're not going to generate the same sort of growth in the tyre in the wet as in the dry, so we would probably carry another 5 or 6 pound.
High five, red lights are out. We are racing for the final time this weekend in the Mighty Masters, the Nexen Tyres Pro 7s, and it's the roaring RX8s who are doing a superb job this weekend, and it's the two fast guys who've been dominating the championship prior to Christmas. Number 46 in the red car, Brett Killip. After Christmas, the white car, 22, Keith Wilkinson. And here they are, side by side around turn 2.
It was a good little challenge there. Kevin Richards going around Simon Baker down through turn 1 and as he approached turn 2. So he's just popped in front there, which is fantastic.
Dylan Smith, number 53, cruising around in the Battymobile, the Pro 7. Any issues with Dylan?
Well, he had an overheating problem in the last race. He was looking at temperatures in around 130 degrees C in water. So his father, Roger, just told him to back out a little bit, which he did. And I've done a little bit more work in trying to get some cooling into the oil cooler, actually, which is sort of making some form of compensation to the radiator. So
yeah, that's been the issue they've had all weekend, I think, really. Overheating and then sort of cruising and then not doing any damage. Especially when you're the only Pro 7 here and you've got a big weekend coming up in Manfield when you're leading the Nationals.
Yes, that's right. It's 2 weeks away and we're down at Manfield for the Grand Prix.
Here they are side by side into turn 1. The two championship leaders in the RX8s at the moment, Wilkinson, Killip. Then Smith and Thomas Hannaford from the Revolution Motorsport team. He's been a bit of a revelation. Did some good racing this weekend. Wilkinson just overcooks the braking. That's a genuine mistake there. And Brett Killip says, booyah, thanks very much.
Yeah, Dylan's getting a run on the outside there too. Clinton, he'll have the line for corner 4, as you see there. Thomas following in tightly there as well.
So Keith Wilkinson just overcooked his braking going into turn 2, slid it, and then booyah, straight away, 2 of them pounced on him.
Yeah.
And now he's under pressure from Hannaford and Simon Baker, and he's gone from first back to third.
Yeah, we see just behind
Nigel Edges getting a bit sideways coming out of the dipper.
Yep, Kevin Richards just up in front.
Oh, and now Brett Killip's completely... Oh, he's over-braked everything. He's locked up the brakes going into the Dale ITM sweeper.
He's got to get out of there, Clint, otherwise we'll get a safety car. No, he's made it out. Fantastic.
Has something gone on that car? Because he wouldn't normally miss a braking point like that.
He's pulling up there. Is he pulling off or is he just trying to...
And wouldn't you know it, Dylan Smith, overheating or not, he's grabbed the lead.
Yeah.
And Wilkinson's going to come back and regain it after all that.
I wonder whether Brett had a problem there. Actually, on Friday, Kevin Richards tore through a ABS line in the front and he went off down in the last quarter there.
Well, Brett's such a good driver. He's not the sort of guy that would miss a braking point like that. So I just wonder if something's let go. But after all of that, the drama, Keith Wilkinson has regained the lead from Dylan Smith, and Simon Baker, who got their breakthrough victory in the previous race today, he's back up to third.
Yeah.
And challenging for the lead.
Yeah, Thomas is right in there as well. So
Thomas Boniface. Thomas Hannaford.
Yeah, Boniface. Yeah, it's shaping up to be a good race here, Clint. It's a bit of a challenge going on there too with Elton Wickman and Nigel Edger there.
Edges around the outside of Elton Wickman. These two guys have had their own little wee scrap all going this weekend.
Yeah, Elton unfortunately had an engine problem on Wednesday this week and actually pulled his good engine out, which and put a Japanese import engine that he picked up and threw it in the car, and it hasn't had a lot of power down low. He says it's good power up top, but coming out of the tighter corners he's really struggling.
That's a pretty wide Mazda there for Elton Wickman. As Dylan Smith having a look down the inside of turn 2. He may force Wilkinson where he made that mistake the last time, and then they're going to roll up and over at turn 3, which is a crucial part of the track, isn't it?
It's crucial, yeah. Once you make your turn into turn 2, you're pretty well hard in third gear, over 3 and all the way down to 4.
Nice move by Dylan Smith down into the high pull hairpin. He gets the pass, but then Wilkinson's got the inside line for the dipper, so he can get the pass back.
Look at Simon Baker in there, Clint. He's holding on to those front 3 absolutely strongly and holding out Thomas Hannaford there.
So while these two are racing, it's giving the other guys a chance to catch up, and they're going to join the party.
Good little race developing here at the front. There's four of them lapping at the same time. They're all in the mid 116s.
And Thomas Hannaford's there, just as if any one of these guys make a mistake, he's ready to pounce, isn't he?
That's right.
Just putting a bit of the old pressure on in that rear view mirror, driving through that rear view mirror.
He's been campaigning for a few years now, Thomas, and this is his first full season in his new car, and he's right up the front end of the field, which is fantastic to see.
He is showing Simon Baker in car number 11 the big rear view mirror, because he's right there and just twitching Baker. You can see Thomas right behind him. Dylan's doing the same to Keith, so it's good racing. Pressure, nerves.
Brett, just looking down the end of the field there, Brett Killip is back down in terms of his timing, so he's clearly sorted out what was his issue and lapping in mid-16s again. It's a little bit slower than this morning, actually, but that will be from the track temperature. It'll be a little bit more slippery out there.
Back on again for the lead. Keith Wilkinson just running a bit wide coming out of the Porsche tipper. Down the straight towards the Dale ITM sweeper. Dylan Smith from O'Reilly says thanks very much. Pokes the nose of the Pro 7 down the inside line, and now they're too wide coming out of the sweeper.
Yeah, it's pretty slippery on that outside of that corner.
And he doesn't want to get onto the grass.
Yeah, if Simon got a good run there, he could have put some pressure onto Keith.
And Dylan's regained the lead. This is like Formula First racing, slipstreaming and drafting.
Absolutely, it's fantastic.
Changes in the lead, great start, 53 at 116.2. Dylan Smith, can he hold on and get a win for the weekend?
They're really pushing those Nexon tyres right to the limit there, and the 4 of them are really lapping extremely well in these conditions.
Wilkinson using the later model technology of the RX-8 to go later, deeper and harder under brakes. Put the old ABS on. Will he have a look down the inside of the hairpin? No, Dylan shuts that door. Meanwhile, Mr. Baker says, right, I'm going to go too wide, and just loses it. But he's got the line down to the dipper, so Hannaford will have a look round the outside, but it may not be open.
Look at the times here, Clint. There's 3 of the top 4 all lapping at 116.2. It's absolutely nothing between them, between Dylan, Simon and Thomas. A little bit slower, actually. Surprisingly, Keith Wilkinson, a couple of tenths slower.
That will be breaking. Hannaford having a good look down the inside of the sweeper. Baker shuts the door. Good driving, because there was a possibility of contact. Hannaford running a bit wide, coming out of the sweeper, getting the drive up. Now he's having a good look down the inside, round the outside. He's gone wide.
There's probably not a line out there for Thomas. That'll give Simon the line into turn 1.
He'll hold it through Pirelli turn 1. 2 laps to go. They're all doing the 116.5s at the moment. Smith the 116.5 the last lap. 116.7. Baker holding the inside line into 2. They roll into the up and over at 3. Hannaford always on the back of it, putting the squeeze on.
Getting a little bit sideways there coming out of 3, Clint.
Wilkinson trying to put the squeeze on Dylan Smith. Yeah, and I think Hannaford just got so close. So many times you get close, you try and make a move and just lose a bit of ground. Can the Pro 7 boy hold on from Rodney, from O'Reilly? Will Wilkinson get up and force the mistake?
He'll be putting some pressure on Clint. Like, it's a great opportunity for Keith here with Brett slipping towards the rear of the field when he had his problem. You know, putting 6 or 7 cars in between them was a really big point haul for Keith. So he'll be working very hard to stay there, if not moving one more position forward.
Hannaford may have an issue here because he suddenly slowed up. His last lap was the 117.3, and he's backed off against that battle against Baker for 3rd, and now Kevin Richards is getting closer to him, his teammate from in the Apex car.
Yeah, those cars are looking great, aren't they? The MTR Auto cars, Apex interiors, they look fantastic. They really brought them out with their new livery, and as a team, it's fantastic. And with Keith as well, you know.
Revolution Motorsport team, so they've taken a leaf out of the Dark Horse team. You guys will be back racing in Manfield? Roger?
Yeah, Roger's running at Manfield in his hired car. He sold his car this year to Eldon Wichman, and he'll campaign the car that I'm running Dave Atkins in car 97. So
after all that drama, all that excitement, they've settled down on the final lap, and it's the racer out of Rodney from Oriwa, and it's Dylan Smith in car 53. He's done a really good job, actually. He's grabbed his chance, grabbed the lead, held on.
Yeah, he's pulled away now. Like I think Keith's really prepared to let Dylan take that over the last 2 laps and just secure his second place.
Well done. Dylan Smith gets the win. So another different winner for the weekend after Mr. Baker won this morning. Keith Wilkinson will come home in second in 22, followed by 11 Simon Baker. So not only a win, but another podium. Then it's Hannaford, Richards, Edges, Atkins, Killip and Elton Wickham as they cross the line side by side. Brett Killip, who's an experienced racer, and you can say Dave Atkins, he did a good job racing right alongside of him.
Exactly, like
and an 18-1.
An 18-1. Yeah, little.
He did 117.
Done a 17-8, I think it was, in the last race. Yeah, the track's a little bit slower this afternoon than it was this morning. So, you know, that's just as good a performance. We see those front times. You know, Dylan actually.
There's a replay coming up of what happened with Brett Killip. And she's just gone straight in, Ross. Look at that. Straight, no turn.
Absolutely. Locked it up too, didn't he, on the front there? It's smoke coming straight out the front.
Yeah, look at that. You don't often see that with Brett Killip.
No, not at all. His car preparation is absolutely meticulous, so clearly something has failed, although he did come back with some reasonable times there. So I'm not absolutely sure what that could be.
So in the end, Dylan Smith got the win with a 1:15.7, the quickest lap. Keith Wilkinson a 1:16.6, 1:16.4, his quickest lap, coming home in second. And Simon Baker, one of the delightful surprises of the weekend. He gets his breakthrough win, he gets back onto the podium, and some good times too, mixing with the guys. 1:16.2, look at that. 1:16.2 for Thomas Hannaford. Richards a 1:16.6, Edges a 1:17.5, Brett Killip a 1:16.1, all in make-up mode. Dave Atkins a 1:18.1, and then Elton Wickham with a 1:17.9 down the back of the field.
Yeah, it was a great race. Great race.
Well, thank you very much, Leo. And you'll look forward to getting into the 86s?
Yeah, at the Grand Prix.
So have you enjoyed getting out of the Mazdas and getting into the Toyota 86 Championship?
I've loved it. It's a very different car. You know, for me is really the challenge of racing 13 and 14 and 15-year-old young men.
How do you find that?
Well, look, they are the...
You're an experienced racer. You and Andrew have had some great success, and Justin racing in the Mazdas, and you're grown men. You love your motorsport. You're up against these teen titans.
Yeah, teen titans, yeah. Four times I'm 4 times their age. So, look, the challenge for us is how do we move forward? Very complex cars, a lot of work to do in the setup. You've got to have maybe 5 or 6 things in the zone to get the best out of it. So we've got a lot of work to do. At the Grand Prix will be our first event that we'll have 2 cars, so we'll be doing a bit of data sharing and information which we can bounce off each other. So, you know, we're very realistic, you know. I carry a lot more weight than any of these young fellas, so, you know, every aspect is really, really important, but absolutely loving it.
Well, that's the story. That's the reason why they go motor racing. So well done to Leo Bolt and the boys from Dark Horse Racing and everyone involved in the Next Gen Tyres Mazda Pro 7 Series. And stick around. Next up, it's Historics. Keep up, old man, as they say. You don't have to worry about this because they're all oldies. They all know what they're doing. The SAS Historic Formula Ford Championship is next up, and JT is back, probably with a bit of a weather watch too, I think. Test 1 2 2 2 1 1 2. Just checking roving microphone for the singing of the national anthem before the New Zealand Motor Cup this afternoon. Just keeping an eye on the weather at the moment. Can change quickly. At the moment it's overcast and cloudy. That wind has certainly picked up a bit. Track temperature still 38 degrees, so all set to rock and roll for the countdown to the Castrol Toyota Racing Series and the feature race this afternoon, the running of the New Zealand Motor Cup. But before that, the historic Formula Fords. And then we'll have the Trade Zone GT3, GT4. The TransAms will be back in action. The Formula 5000, repeating the news that Kenny Smith did a 59.444, so a fantastic lap today. Trade Zone GT1 and 2, and then the Formula Libra, those open Formula sports cars to wrap up the racing later on today. So stick around, it's all back on track in just a moment.
Okay, so heading out on track now, it is the SAS Auto Parts historic Formula Ford, a fantastic field of Formula Fords. We haven't had this many Formula Fords on track for a long time. And welcome to the commentary box to David Oxton. Good afternoon, David.
Hi, JT.
Now, before we get into Formula Fords, the lunch. Boy, that was a walk down memory lane, wasn't it?
Well, it's so good that just talking with Jim Murdoch and a few others there, overseas, England, America, Australia, they're very good at remembering their old-timers and holding on to the memories. And it's something I think New Zealanders are such informal people, kind of not into corporate stuff, and as a general rule, we're not really into show. But the boys at the NZIGP and girls, they decided, Deborah Day and other good people, Michael Clark, Tim Hill, they got together and they dreamed up the Legends thing and invited a lot of the older people. And it's great to get together, all avenues of motorsport. So we had a great time together.
It was fantastic. I mean, I'm down there and it's, you know, I mean, I've obviously been around a few years myself. I was a bit of a teenager. I was a young kid when I first went going, 1966. And Michael Clark, I think, no, I was 67. Michael Clark beat me by a year. And I was actually talking to Ken Dobbs the other day down at Taupo, and we were talking about when we were sitting up on the hill as kids, and I said, you know, we could have probably been sitting side by side. And we were talking about watching Ginger Malloy racing his motorbike on the same meeting that the Grand Prix was on that Kenny would have been racing. And I said, you know, and then today we've got down there, we've got Ken McIntosh, Cross, and a whole bunch of other people. It's because it's not just about car racing, exactly. It's about celebrating our sport in general. Yeah. You know, and
we've got a lot of clever people in this country, and it's timely to have an occasion like this to remember how good they are.
It certainly is. Anyway, on track, the biggest field of Formula Fords I've seen in a very long time. We've got 30 cars all up. And the reason I've asked David Oxton, folks, to come back and do this with us, he's going to do the Formula 5000 later on, is that David, not only being a New Zealand Grand Prix winner, David was the man to win the first ever Formula Ford race in New Zealand in 1970. And it was called Formula C in those days.
The then boss of motorsport was a clever man. He just decided that we wouldn't give the title to Formula 4 by name. It would have to be Formula C. And he was trying to get some money out of Castrol. And he did. And it was a good move.
Okay. So good grid of cars. Let's have a look. On pole position, we have got Mike Davison. The man alongside Graham Cameron is missing. Yates Blayhaven is back after losing his left front wheel in this morning's race. And then...
Bit of finger trouble, you think?
Yeah, well, he actually won the Chocolate Fish Award last night for ploughing up the fields, and I think he'd had all the wheels off the car, cleaning all the dust and dirt and everything out of it, and he'd obviously forgot to tighten the wheel nuts. Okay, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lights are on, and they are go. And Mike got a good start. Blayhaven got a really good start as well. Michael Clark, I'll tell you what, Michael Clark did well to get down from upstairs out of his suit and tie into his race suit. So Michael Clark was the MC for the lunchtime. Good field fight going on here, David.
Well, it's such a neat formula and always has been. 50 years in the making, 50 years celebrated recently in this country and worldwide. But the great thing is that there's a place for everyone. You can be a young gun, and we've got a Jack Proctor out there, and I think the red car, the Caltex car there. Yep. But you've probably got a grandfather or a great-grandfather somewhere down the back there saying, you know, I'm here to have fun, and I will, and they do.
Yeah, I mean, the age group, I think we went Jack Proctor, the EC car number 4, that's the ex-Craig Baird car. Jack is, I think, about 16, maybe 17 now, being the youngest. And I won't name the oldest driver in the field, but I've got a funny feeling well, he's not actually racing today, but he's in his 80s.
Wow.
But we do have one out there that's in his late 70s anyway. So, and I won't name him because he'll throttle me. So, but up the hill here, look at this. Slipstreaming. Tell us all about that in Formula Fords.
Well, slipstream is important, but it's all about momentum and getting these cars to flow through the corner. If we just watch them here into turn 1, the good ones will literally dance through the turn. They just are on this point of sliding front and rear, and that's the way to keep the momentum up. Now, Mike Davison's dropped back to 4th place. He's not been there all weekend, to my knowledge.
No, he hasn't. No, he has dropped back, and both Yates Blayhaven and Alain Gerard have got in front of him, and Martin Lucas. And Jack Proctor up to 5th place. So, yeah, possibly Mike's got a bit of an issue. And actually, it's now Tony Graham up into 5th place. And one of the later model cars. I think that's a Van Diemen, if I'm not correct. I asked Howden yesterday, how many manufacturers of Formula Fords were there? He said if you take all of the one-offs and everything else, he said there was well over 100.
Oh yeah.
And he said of the proper full-time manufacturers, and counting himself as Tiger in that, he said there was about 20, I think. So, and there's certainly all manner of them out there today. And there's our MC, Michael Clark, in car number 32. Oops, who's that out? Somebody's had a big run at. That's Phil Foulkes, another one of our vintage drivers. And Phil started about 1974, I think, and car number, not in that car, but in one very similar to it. And
so the overseas contingent, I believe this, you checked me out here, I believe that most of the overseas contingent this year are run by a good old timer New Zealander, Alan Crocker, and Alan himself races. So he's a legendary family. We had legendary brothers in Formula Ford, the Crockers, the Woods, and the Owens brothers, and always a ton of fun. But Alan Crocker takes drivers to Europe from England, and he takes them to Europe, and now he's brought a bunch over here, and they're doing damn well.
That's right, they are, and some of these guys have won championships over there. But talking of Alan Crocker, not only are you the man that won the first ever Formula Ford race, Alan Crocker was in that race with you, and he's got the honour of being the first man to crash a Formula Ford. And it was a railway, apparently.
I used to say, my dad had always good advice, like good dads always do, and he'd just say, keep out of the way of those Crockers and those Woods boys. They'll have you off.
Fair enough. So so basically, those early Fords, the ones that you would have raced, they wouldn't have been a Formula Ford chassis. They were probably a Formula 3 or something like that.
No, I was spoilt rotten. My dad got the very first Elfin 600 out of Adelaide, which was an Australian-built car, purpose-built for Formula Ford. Most of the other boys had converted cars, but mine was the pucker thing. And
cool. wish my dad was like that.
Yeah.
So,
I was spoiled. I had the best.
okay. Yeah, my dad was a motor mechanic and didn't want me going anywhere near motor cars, but there we go. So back to the race, and it is. Hey, the Europeans have taken over at the top. Yates Blayhaven leads from Alain Geret, Martin Lucas up into third position. Martin Lucas does a lot for this class as well.
He does,
and that's a 69F Lotus. So for that to be up there, it's a testimony to certainly to Martin's driving, and he's having an attack for third position here. Mike Davidson's just gone off the boil, hasn't he? And there's Cody Banks in there too.
Martin Lucas last year did a wonderful job. He and Graham Cook put together a car for the great Adrian Reynard to come out from Britain and drive for 3 meetings in New Zealand. Adrian loved it. I mean, this is a guy who made Can-Am cars, Formula 3000 cars, all sorts of legendary motor cars, but he relied on a Kiwi enthusiast called Martin Lucas, and Graham built him an engine, and they had a great time in New Zealand. Adrian threatened to come back, not back this year, but great time.
He's been here. He's actually been here 2 years in a row. And I think it was 2 years ago.
Yeah.
2 or 3 years ago he came the first time, and the second time he actually brought back his very first ever Formula 4.
And that's the one Martin rebuilt for him.
Is that? Oh, right, that was the car. Sorry, yeah. And and Adrian, absolute thorough gentleman, beautiful man, really nice man.
The thing about Formula Ford, and I said it recently at a function about Ford, was that it's the greatest training ground for not just driving, but for setup. You learn the importance of having a perfect setup. It's getting your cambers right, getting your toe ends right, getting your brake balance right. And you don't all necessarily want to be a Formula 1 driver, but if you have a mechanical understanding of what you're doing with your racing car, you're going to go better, because you can then talk and relate to the engineer. It also brings in young mechanics, and they go on to do great things. So Formula Ford, great training ground in more aspects than one.
I only ever drove one of these on a couple of races way back in the 80s, and it was a bit of an old nail that I'd managed to borrow off somebody. Didn't know anything about setup, but they are a beautiful drive. They certainly are, even a bad one. So
I used to say it teaches you how to make the most out of the least. And they're not over powerful, they're not over gripped, they're not over anything. But they, other than being fun machines, they all give you that buzz. And there's nothing better than to be in a close dice and win the dice. It makes you feel like a king.
Yeah. Never been tempted to buy one?
No. Been there, done that.
I just thought I had to ask the question. So down into the Porsche Dipper, and it is still our two Europeans at the front. Yates Blayhaven lead, and it's taken me 4 weeks to get to be able to say that. Yates Blayhaven leads from Alain Geret, and Martin Lucas follows him through. Martin's doing a great job here. He really is, and it's certainly, slipstreaming in these things is really quite important, though, isn't it, on the big straights?
It's good to watch the lines. The people that really know what they're doing, I call it engineering a pass. They set up the line that they're going to take to actually open up another line to try and take the pass. Like Martin's just almost pulled that off to go down the inside, but you're trying to create space. Same as rugby, you're trying to create space, and that's one of the good things to watch a thinking driver. He isn't thinking about the corner he's in, he's thinking about how he arrives at the next one and how he can position the car.
Yeah, and how he can worry the guy in front of him as well, So as we saw earlier on in the Formula 5000 race with Michael Collins moving around in Kenny's mirrors trying to annoy him and make him take his eye off the track, but and isn't that fantastic? He got the outright lap record this morning, 59.444, and so he.
One of the luckiest guys out there, the Celtics car, young Jack Proctor. He's the one that's going to be the happiest guy out there. His dad, Clark, has obviously decided this is the best way to, out of the sun the gaze of the big top echelon cars. He's giving him training, racecraft training, and he'll be a very proficient driver at the end of this season to go and do all number of things. Could be TR86, could be CO1 Formula 4.
Good pass here.
Lots of things.
Yeah, good pass.
It is a good pass.
Number 39, right round the outside. That's Alan Crocker on Dave Silverton. Oops, hello, somebody getting all out of shape there. Who was that? That was car number... it was one of the back markers, I think. I can't pick up the number on the car.
No, he came... he obviously had a bit of an exit problem of turn 1.
Car number 33. So that was Robert Corbett. He's right down the back of the field. And oh, look at this. This is Alan Croker having a crack at, and he's got the job done. We've gone away from that fight now, and this is I tell you what, this is Davidson and all have got back into the fight for the lead.
I can't believe we're going to witness for what I think might be the first race this weekend that doesn't have a safety car.
Don't speak too soon. It's the last lap. So you've obviously not heard about the commentator's hex. So here we go. So it's Jake Blayhaven. No, it's not. It's Alain Gerard leaves into the last lap, the last corner of the last lap. Jake Blayhaven right in behind him. Then we go back to Martin Lucas, and he's got Mike Davidson in tow with Tony Graham on his tail, and then young Jack Proctor. This is going to be the closest finish we've had of any race all weekend, and they come across the start-finish line. And look at these two Formula Fords glued together, and it was Jake Blayhaven that took it back from Alain Gerard, and Mike Davidson comes home in third, completing the podium. Tony Graham in fourth, fifth Martin Lucas, Jack Proctor in sixth, seventh is Cody Banks, eighth is Ghislaine Genosam. And then we go back to Dave Silverton, and Alan Crocker finishes in the top 10 again. Just outside was Phil Foulkes. So.
Well, we'll have to say that's the best driving of any of the driver groups all weekend, because it's the first time we've managed to go the full distance without interruption. Good on you, boys.
Yep, and you know, when you consider that they're all in the 60s and 70s, that's not bad, is it? And there was some good intense racing there. You know?
They were trying hard.
So yeah, so and you did make the comment earlier on. This is a place where you learn racecraft, learn race setup, race everything else. And Shane Van Gisbergen and Scott Dixon and Brendan Hartley have all said exactly the same thing. You know, and my question is, why is this? I mean, look at this. We have 30 historic Formula Fords out there. Why do we not have 30 current cars in a national championship? What's happening? We need to ask the question.
It doesn't happen overnight. It's like that great ad for a famous lady operator. It will happen, but it doesn't happen overnight.
Here we go. We've got a bit of a replay going back on somewhere. We've got. Oh look. Oh, we got. Track. Oh, and I've just lost the screen. that was not good. A pukako nearly lost its life. So we actually have two families of pukakos that live at Hampton Downs.
Really?
One live in the swamp down the bottom by Dale ITM Sweeper. The other one lives just off turn 1 here.
Right.
And those are the chicks from last year. You can tell I live here.
We would have been really in trouble with the eco people if we.
Okay, they're going to give us another replay.
I think we're going to get Pukeka Cam.
Yeah, I like that. Here we go. Oops, there's one man over there. Oh, car number 33, Robert Corbett. Yeah, he really did get that out of shape, didn't he? So, but there we go. So, hey, David, thanks for coming, mate. But let's just wrap up a couple of things, because I hope you're going to be able to get back later on for the Formula 5000s. Yeah. But you know, Formula Ford. We won't go into why it's not the top thing anymore, but it's been very strong over the years, and we've had a lot of our champions have come through it. And you've actually nurtured a few people through it yourself, I believe, over the years.
Oh yeah, it's the initial cost is very expensive for a brand new car. I mean, anyone's language, $70,000-$80,000 is a lot of money to invest. These boys in these cars, probably 20, 30, 40 max. So obviously the get-in charge is, and believe it or not, a lot of the boys in this category we're watching now, the historics, they don't want the pomp and ceremony of a Class 1 championship and a national, you know, they just want to go out and race their mates and have good fun, and then the camaraderie afterwards, when they have the bun fights afterwards, tell lies, have special prizes. That's their sport. They don't like chasing white balls around a silly golf course. They choose to race these Fords, and there'll always be a place for both. I am really like you, wanting to see Class 1 with the top guys who have been racing in the South Island, you know, really just build those numbers up. And that's what Motorsport New Zealand wants, and that's what the associations wants. It'll take time, but I think I'm sure it will happen.
Yeah, so, but there you go, folks. Some very, very good insight information from a man who was the first ever winner in this class, and knows how to pedal a single-seater, because He was a New Zealand Grand Prix winner, and he actually knows how to drive a saloon car as well, because he was piloted a Holden Commodore around the mountain with the late great Peter Brock.
Yeah,
and you and Peter were quite good mates, and
we were,
and you did a bit together.
I was speaking with Peter Brock's wife, Bev Brock, over Christmas, because she's been asked to compile a book of all Peter's races and at the mountain, which was, I think, 46 in total, sometimes 2 a year when he went 2 litre racing. And so each year she's is dedicating one theme to a particular driver or co-driver or something that went on in the race. And we had lots of good things in our year, so just doing that little story for her. So keep an eye out for the Peter Brock book in a different way. It's from Bev Brock as his manager, publicity agent, all the things. Bev just ran the whole show that you didn't see other than the driving for Peter. So
and that book will be out in how long do you reckon?
I don't know what the deal is. It's obviously hasn't got to print yet. But,
okay.
But just keep your eyes peeled for it in the future, because she writes a good book, Bev Brock.
Well, that will be something special to read, and because Pete had some great co-drivers and a couple of great Kiwi co-drivers.
Yes.
One in yourself and the other one.
Well, Jimmy's the legend.
Yeah, I mean Jimmy's down there, and what's it, 7 Bathurst for Jimmy?
I'm not sure, but certainly 3 or 4 of those wins came with Peter. So Peter and Jim were a fantastic team together.
They were, yeah. So, and actually, I think Jim actually don't record for the most.
I agree.
I think he's done something about 34.
Yeah.
Great driver, fantastic. Anyway, we've both been given a couple of muffins, and we don't really want to talk to you anymore. We want to eat our muffins, don't we, David?
Thanks, JT.
David Oxton, thank you very much. David will be back later on this afternoon when we have the SAS Auto Parts Grand Prix.
Right trackside here, the action continues at Hampton Downs with the SpeedWorks Motorsport Championship. And Beam Me Up Scotty is back along with Teresa. And it's all about the GT3, GT4 trade zone. And the Lane and Shane show. It's funny about the Castrol Toyota Racing Series and Liam's big mistake around turn 1 at Pirelli, because that's exactly where Lane and Shane had their moment. Interesting having a chat with the boys, and Shane just basically said they'd fixed a little bit of an oil problem with Peter Vigovic's Commodore overnight, And he suspects there was a little bit of an oil drop before he got round the corner and they just let go. And all of a sudden, as we said before, Shane was in Lane's lane. Who was in Lane's lane? Shane was in lane, and he had nowhere to go, poor old Lane, so he's got to be starting somewhere and trying to just sort of limp around the track in the 00 Ford Mustang. That's Lane Collier from Titaragi. Takanini, and Shane Whitley, number 17. But we did say, you know, if you got it wrong, we can call him Shane Whiteley. But then they'll come and bash me.
So yeah, so they're under there with the hammer and the heat gun and the hammer and the heat gun, trying to get it as straight as they could. So
yeah, so there's the damage on the 00 car and also the damage on the 17 car, and all because they actually helped Peter Begovic fix a bit of an oil problem, but then they blamed the curse of the commentators, us, for talking them up. But you know.
Oh.
So I think this time it's going to be Peter and Shane, because Peter did a really good job. So looks like Shane will have someone to play with at least.
So let's go through the format for this. This is the full handicap reverse grid.
Correct.
So once again, it's going to be talking about the Mallards. It's Mark Mallard in the number 8 cream Honda who's going to be leading us away.
So he's been consistent all weekend, so he's reaped the benefit of that now. Some of the other guys have gone quicker, and then they get the brain fade and forget that they weren't supposed to go as quick as they did and put themselves back on the grid. But they're unhappy and happy at the same time because they're going quicker than they've ever been.
Yeah, and Robin, what he pulled off in race 2 and has since been home. They've
fixed a little wee problem with the Mini, number Robin Greenland in the 121, so he's fixed that, so he should be right to go.
Robbed some parts off his road Mini, so...
So where is Lane?
Yeah,
so Lane and Shane are side by side, so away goes Mark Mallard. Don't forget we got down to a very exciting finish in the end of the previous race, the straight handicap race, or reverse grid race.
So Drew won't be used to this. He's normally off the front, so he's got a bit of chasing to do, which will be good for him. Four-wheel drive in the little bit damp conditions. So
yeah, just threatening with rain. Yeah. So just threatening with the rain, greasy tyres, greasy track. It's as Mr. Softy says, if you want to go get yourself an ice cream, it's been trying to rain, doing its best. So these guys are released at what sort of time intervals?
So these ones are all depending on their times that they've done. So I think it was 20 seconds for Drew from the start. These guys are another 15 down the track, and we think the slowest is, I think the fastest is about a minute. So there's quite a bit of a wait for the guys at the back. So
that's all according to their speed and their horsepower, or just their speed and their times?
Speed and lap times, yep. This lap time is coming.
So here they go. Let's see if they can get round the first corner this time.
Is this a replay?
This is the replay. No, it's not a replay. This is live.
Really.
It's a rematch.
Shane and Lane, and they're around the corner. There they go, and Lane lets them go. And this time Shane gets around, so well done, boys. That's part 3. We're underway. Begovic is behind them now.
Begovic got a little bit of work to do going off the back this time.
So now they go around towards turn 2, up and over turn 3, coming down towards the higher Paul hairpin. And these guys, it was actually good that Lane's, he was just basically saying he's going to be sort of limping around towards the end of the field just to get some points in the championship.
Yeah, well, he got bent.
Bent diff.
Bent diff, yep.
So that will not be tracking that nicely up there.
And a big dent in the side of the car of the Ford Fairmont, the thirsty liquor car.
Yeah, if you do look closely, there is a Whitley signature on the side of it.
They signed it for him, did he?
He did.
It's probably more like a Collier signature, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right, so it's Mark Mallard out in front. And remember, Gary Carswell, he got up and had a good performance in the last race. We're going to get right down to that last lap again. So we've got 9 to go. Mark Mallard's out in front on a 1:24.4. Robin Greenland a 1:25.1. Drew Jeffrey a 1:22.3. Well, Lane's doing okay, actually, in the old Mustang. He's just cruising around. Whitley's out there nice and tidy. Doing a good job. What's happening to Toby? He's falling back a bit, doing a 1:24 in the 111 car.
He's had a few electrical gremlins this weekend, so hopefully he's got on top of those.
So it's the TransAm GT3, GT4 big finale. 10 laps, reverse grid, handicap race. Slowest at the front, fastest at the back, timed intervals, staggered start. So it's a chance for the slower drivers out in front to try and build a lead and play catch me if you can for the fast guys and the quick guys from the back of the field. And here they come, up and over the top of the hill.
Ken Hunter out of Taupo. So he'll be looking forward to our Taupo round at the end of the season. We're not there till April.
Down at Bruce McLaren Motorsport Park. Gary Carswell flashing past the main straight. Luke Hillhorst. Well, he actually held him off for a while, but then couldn't maintain that advantage right towards that last lap.
Peter is getting there. He's had a really good weekend so far, so...
That's number 16, Peter Begovic, and the Holden Commodore out of Matamata, and the 111 car of Toby Annabelle. Just nursing that one around at the moment.
Mark's still got that lead. He's got a little bit of a gap there between Robin and the Mini. Mini's holding together, which is good.
Yeah, nothing like an engine rebuild at the track.
Yeah, he's been doing a pretty good job, old Robin Greenland. That Mini had a bit of speed, so across the start-finish line, Drew Jeffrey. So he's still holding on to third. The Mini's down towards turn 2. The leader's out towards turn 4 now, around by the higher Paul Hairpin. So the Mini's going to be the first to catch Mark Mallard. Hillhorst is now going to have a good drag race with Ken Hunter as they come across the top. So there's Mallard going around the dipper, number 8. Good to have and he's basically racing. You know, he said it's a standard car, and he's just out there to make sure there's a Mallard on the track when the New Zealand Motor Cup is being presented and competed for. So that's good skills by Mark, and of course he'll be looking forward to getting back into the Sangnon Action Ute Series. Number 121, there's Greenland, Robin Greenland. Sliding, gliding around that great little wee shoulders of the Mini.
Oh, it's lovely.
Hillhorst and Ken Hunter. Gee, they keep trading places, don't they?
Yeah.
1 minute Ken's on the go, next minute Luke's got him back again.
Battle pack.
Yeah, the Mini is slowly catching up.
Just like Gary Carswell in the 58 Orange RX-7 has got a problem. Obviously his times are not where he normally is. Unusual for him.
Yeah, he's really slow. So he's got an issue, Gary Carswell, number 58. So he won't be in the chase for the checkered flag for this particular race. So now here come some of the faster boys down the back from the GT3s. Now where's our mate Shane Whitley? Where's number 17 in the big Ford Fairmont? He should be starting to challenge. There he goes. He's right behind. Well, Gary's still there. Still.
Yeah, Shane's about mid-pack, so he's got halfway there, half done.
Well, Gary Carswell's actually right in front of Shane Whitley, but I wonder if he's lost a bit of time. He did a 1:13.9, and the transponder's playing up. Or is he down a lap?
Careful in their lane. We know what happens in that corner. Good man.
I don't think they'll be taking it as deep as they did.
He's holding his own lane in the 00, so he'll be happy. Happy to circulate and get some points. And
he actually wanted the number 68. But the club said, no, 68's already taken, you can't have 68. And he said, well, I don't want any number. And so they ended up putting him in registration number 100 and ended up just giving him 00. So that's how we got the 00. He was being a bit stubborn. He wanted 68 and couldn't get it. So he's quite happy having the 00 Ford Mustang. And first full year doing the full championship and really enjoying and doing a great job. But not this weekend. It's all about just cruising around, making no mistakes, and picking up some points for the man from Takanini, the welder, fabricator. Mark Mallard still holding on to the lead, a 1:19.5 his best time. Robin Greenland's done a 1:19.4, so he's slowly reeling him in. Drew Jeffrey's done a 1:18.3, so it won't be long before they're starting to close in. Fastest man on the track is on the screen at the moment, number 17, Shane Whitley from Pukekohe, 1:13.6. Now you can see the other cars in front, so he's starting to gather them up. 5 laps to go. So Gary's still out there.
Yeah, Yeah, he's still circulating. Like you say, I think he may have had a transponder issue or something, because he's definitely still out there going well.
And he's definitely in front of Shane Whitley, even though Shane's down to actually 4 laps. So I wonder if he's lost a lap or had a bit of an issue and he's now back racing.
Someone will fill us in eventually. But I think we need to do a shout out to Ian Taylor from the Cosmo Motorsport team, who's currently watching the live streaming from Singapore.
Good, excellent. Well, he's part of the Cosmo Motorsport team. We'd be very pleased to see Gary Carswell out there and circulating, even if you might have a bit of an issue. So Ken Hunter's in front, then it's Gary Carswell. Then, of course, you've got Shane Whitley.
GT4s are all in the order they started at the moment, so see how that pans out. Lap times are all very similar.
Weird weather, isn't it? It's grey, it's overcast, it's gloomy. The wind has sort of picked up and it's threatening to rain, but it's not raining.
Yeah, what did it say? Track temperature's still 30 degrees, so...
It has, well, it got up to about 38, so it certainly has cooled this afternoon. Ken Hunter looks like he's got a problem. Looks like the 88 Chevy's just slowed up a bit as they come out of towards the porch, dipper down towards by the hairpin.
No.
Yeah, he's put over a little bit, and he's not on the optimum racing line. See some kind of issue there.
So Shane Whitley having a look down the inside of Gary Carswell. So he's doing a pretty good job at the moment. Not sure if he's got, with the damage they suffered in that previous race, he's got enough speed in this one.
Yeah, he's going to drag race him, isn't he?
So Mark Mallard's still out there. Robin Greenland is still cruising. Whitley's eventually going to get past Gary Carswell. No problems this time around. Turn once, he's going well.
He's after his points he's lost from this morning. Oh,
yeah, so
here comes Ken Hunter.
So that's a smart move. Disappointing for him.
Bottom there.
So that's unfortunate after the...
Mini cock in the wheel around the corner.
Three-wheeling around here, and this is the lead change. 3 laps to go. Mark Mallard's quickest time of 1:19.5, and Robin Greenland in that repaired Mini, he's done a 1:18.6. So he's been reeling him in, lap by lap, corner by corner. Now he's got to come charging up and top over the hill, and there'll be a couple of laps to go, and he might be able to take the lead. They've got a handy lead.
Yeah.
There's daylight between them and the rest, and there's a big scrap between Drew Jeffrey and Luke Hillhorst. I think Hillhorst is going to be coming around the corner to try and take that 3rd spot from Drew Jeffrey.
Yeah, we're talking to Robin at the lunch break, and he's had such a great racing with us so far. He's committed to the full season. He wasn't going to do the full season, but he said he absolutely loves it and great racing, so he's decided, right, I'm in for the season, which is good.
So Hillhorst has taken 3rd.
Carswell bet past Whitley.
So those two ones are still
to the end.
Still going. And then there's the battle for the lead out in front. So it's around the Porsche dipper. Look at the Mini's gone really wide, and Mark Mallard must have missed a gear.
Oh, goodness.
The Mini just took off. It's like a slingshot. So the Mini, Robin Greenland, number 121. That little wee there, 3-wheeling once again around the dipper, onto the sand. He's having fun out there. That's what it's all about.
Mate, where do we get a Mini from?
For sale, right there. I'll sort it out for you after this.
And here comes Luke in the background. So he's lurking, and Shane Whitley's going to get past Gary again. They're having another trading zone, aren't they? Look at them.
Yep.
Trading spots, trading places.
And Drew's just going to hang out there, staying out of trouble.
Shane muscles his way around the ITM sweeper last lap. So the Mini's grabbed the lead right on cue. Mallard's going to try and come back at him. Hillhorst is going to be 3rd at the moment. He's got about half a lap to try and take it up. Oh, Lane's lane again. The wrong lane. That's around the dipper, so that could have happened with the damage to the car. At least he's got going. We'll be able to finish. So there's the Mini. There's Mark Mallard hanging on to 2nd. And he's not going to give up. No. This is where he lost it last time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just look at that Mini
around that corner.
Battle scarred. He's got something hanging off the front there.
Yeah, do you think we should give him some yellow race tape?
Look, there you go. 3 wheels around there.
Apparently they're his wings. They flap and make him go faster, he reckons.
And I think...
I don't know about that.
Mr. Greenland and the yellow Mini is going to get a win here today.
I think I can see him smiling in there.
Well, he was very happy walking under the underpass, and they said, no, we've fixed it, Brownie. We'll be back out on track. And good skills. Robin Greenland, number 121. All the way from Pocono.
Just up the road.
In the Austin Mini Cooper. He's going to bring home the bacon, because that's what you do in Pocono. Well done. Good skills.
Absolutely wrapped with that.
And Mark Mallard gets a podium place. And, oh, Luke, the flying Luke's going to, lucky Luke, is just going to stop the Shane Whitley show right on the podium.
And Whitley got back past Gary after all that.
So the GT4 class this weekend, I think they've all had a win. It's going to be quite interesting to see the points there.
Well, that means that they're shared around the checkered flag. There should be 3 happy teams and 3 happy race drivers.
Excellent.
Rest of the field coming through, so just confirming that result. 1-2-1, Robin Greenland from Pocono, just down around the corner. Gets a win, he'll be a happy chappy. Mark Mallard comes home in second. 83, Luke Hillhorse from Drury, just further down around the neighbourhood. He comes home in third place. Just up the road and hang a left, you've got Pukekohe, Shane Whitley, Drew Jeffrey, 18. He's a knacky boy. Peter Vigovich from Matamata for the Waikato, 16 and 6. And good skills, Lane Collier, Libsheim, as he planned to do in the Ford Mustang. Vigovich, Annabelle, Collier, Carswell and Hunter. Oh!
After the end of the race, Drew decided he didn't want those wheels anymore. And
not such good skills, as they would say. Lose.
How can you do 10 laps and then lose a wheel?
Just when the recovery crews had nothing to do, bang, one of the guys loses a wheel.
Oh, where's the wheel gone? How far did that roll?
You picked a fine time to leave me a loose wheel. There it is.
There we go.
Right under the GT radial sign. Isn't that good advertising?
Who was in charge of talking those up?
Yeah, I think Drew was, to be fair.
Yeah, he's only got himself to blame. But
and he's lucky it's Sunday, we can't give him the pink helmet.
Yes, now the pink helmet, explain the award, who did it go to?
It's the Wally Award, really, so it's anyone or their crew or anyone associated with them that does something not so clever on the race weekend before the barbecue on Saturday.
The Wally of the Weekend award goes to and it is...
This week it was young Jace from...
Jason DeVeth.
DeVeth from the best team. So he was told to put the gas in the race car. So, yep, okay, Dad, I'll put the gas in the race car. So he picked up the pump gas that goes in the gator and put it in the race car. So in practicing, Dad was wondering why the race car's not going as well as it could. So they brought it in and Murray had a bit of a look and checked the computer and couldn't figure it out. And then they asked Jace, what gas did you put in? He said, that one there. And they're like, oh, that's for the lawnmower, Jace. So luckily no damage. And yeah, he took it like a man when he was presented with the pink helmet. Like you said, my mistake, no damage other than to my pride. So.
And we have the photo, and we will stick it on Instagram with Clint Brown 55 as we look back at some of the highlights
Jace will love that.
Yeah.
Of the weekend. So we've got some stuff for the Motor Cup. Got the grey shirts on there. Some man with the fancies. Check out those shoes, mate. Look, they've got studs in them. Bling for a bloke. Some of our guests having a great time. So we'll dig up the photo of the pink helmet from the barbecue last night and get that out there.
He lost there?
Looks like Drew's picking up his wheel there. Looks like he's going through the sand trap trying to find his wheel nuts.
It's got
oh yeah, there he is.
And I see the pink helmet's been signed, so it's got all the signatures of all the wearers.
Once you receive it, you do get the honour of signing it, so we can look back in history. And
I don't know. We should nominate this incident for next round.
And so we will, losing a wheel after the race.
So he finished, so that's good. He'll be happy with that.
And stick around, because still to come, we'll be back with the John DeVeth show. Hopefully Jason's put the right fuel in the car this time, because they'll be back with the Trade Zone GT1, GT2 for their particular race, which is not too far away on the program. Race day Sunday, SpeedWorks Motorsport Championship. Stick around. That's coming up around about just after 5. What time is it now? 10:02. Should be running slightly late. And next up on the track, it's going to be the TransAms, followed by the Flying Formula 5000s. Remember, this weekend, Kenny Smith has set a new lap record. He's done a 59.444 to be the fastest man around Hampton, which makes Kenny very happy.
Okay, we've got next up, here comes the Thunder. These are some of the big boys, the ETL Hire TransAm Challenge. ETL Hire there in Hamilton, suppliers of heavy equipment, contracting and construction into the try that again, contracting and construction industry. So they're right throughout New Zealand. So don't waste your hard-earned capital on buying equipment. Go and lease it from ETL Hire, and they do everything from graders, loaders, excavators, rollers, bulldozers, dump trucks, transporters, trucks, trailers, and much, much more. So ETL Hire in Hamilton, you'll get them online and you will pick them up, and they will supply you with all of your needs. So we've also got support from some of the other providers. Some of the other supporters of the series is Sino-Truck Roadmaster, 1907 Water, Ideal Truck Services, Radio Sport, Dunlop, NZ, Reaction Screen Print, Partmaster, Petrolhead, and DNA Custom Prints. So grid for this one. We've lost a couple more again. Oh no, we haven't. Sorry, no. It's all right. Bob Cullinane's just joined me, and he's given me the grid. So what have we got this time? Accumulated points over the previous two races. On pole position, it is going to be Alistair Corbett. Sorry, Alistair Wooten, my apologies. And then alongside him, it will be Robert Bergeron. And then Andy Greenslade out of position 3. 4 is Robert Forbett. Dennis running out of 5th. Wayne Condor out of 6th. And Grant Hanna starts out of 7. So the boys from the Trans Am Challenge, unfortunately, have all suffered some gearbox problems and a few other things this weekend. They've been dropping like 9 pins, Bob.
Yes, we've got 7 back, so that's quite reasonable, but not as good as we'd like, of course.
No, so we've had, I think we had, what was it, about 15 or 16 last season?
We had up to 14 at Taupo, was good, yeah.
So
they're around.
But there are plenty in garages, and we know there are some being rebuilt, fettled, and just awaiting parts to arrive.
Correct, yeah.
And of course, we're looking forward to seeing another Jaguar out there shortly. This place seems to become Corvette heaven for a long time. And what is it with the Corvette thing? Is it just because they're so aerodynamic?
Aerodynamic, I think so, yeah, exactly. I can't say that word, but aerodynamic will do.
Yeah, so slippery through the air.
It'll do.
So, but you know, when you look at the Viper, though, that's a big monster.
It is, isn't it? Yeah.
So
good-looking car.
Beautiful-looking car. Actually, a bit smaller than a standard Viper. I mean, those Vipers were very big, wide cars, and I think that one's been sort of engineered down a little bit because it is here goes a famous race driver flying over the top of us now, Kent Bagent. He's just been out here for the lunch.
Really
Takes
nice.
off in his chopper, and he struggles, Kent. He's on a pension. So.
Yeah, right.
So up the hill they come. Here we go. There's Kent Bagent's chopper. We see him on TV screen now. Kent Bagent, obviously famous for racing in Australian Touring Car Championship. So here they come to the line. Alistair Wooten. Alongside him, it is going to be Rob Berger, and it's going to be a run for the first corner. Who's it going to be? And here they go. And Wooten goes first, and I think Bergeron's probably given him the corner. Andy Greenslade slops into second position. Roger Forbett into third. Then we go back to Dennis running in the Diff Specs car. And then the two squabbling at the back there is Grant Hanna and Wayne Condor. Through the turn 2, the Hamilton Asphalt corner they go. Through the up and over. Heading down towards the higher pool hairpin. And it is going to be Condor leads them in there. And he was telling me, he sent me a text earlier on.
That's Condor there.
Sorry. As they were Alistair Wooten sent me a text earlier on to say that Wooten's Chicks was actually his grandfather's poultry business.
He told me.
Not a ladies' gym, as you called it.
Oh, it's close.
There we go. Wooten's Chicks on the side of the Chevy Corvette. I got that Commodore thing stuck in my head.
You have a bit, mate. Yeah.
You know, it's one of those things, once it gets in there, you can't get rid of it. So there we go. The Chevy Corvette leads the Dodge Viper across the line with the Jaguar XK at 8 in just keeping a watching brief for one of these two to fall over each other, and we certainly don't want that to happen. But and of course Alistair also runs a series of high performance gyms, and said I'd give him a plug, so as soon as I can pull up the information on what they were, I will tell you. And So anyway, there they go, down through high pull hairpin now. And into... and I'll tell you what, Rob Bergeron's getting a little bit closer to him.
Yes, he is.
Put the acid on him a little bit here now. And shows him the nose of the big Viper. And we know that big Mopar's got some wick in a straight line. So I guess he's maybe just keeping it in tap at the moment, just waiting for the correct time. They're starting to eke out on Andy Greenslade's XK8. And they've left a bit of a gap back to Forbit, followed by Conda, then running. Now, Dennis running, I mean, what's going on with Dennis this weekend?
Well, he doesn't seem to have got it together. They've been playing with everything, suspension setups and all sorts, and just don't seem to have got it quite right yet.
Yeah, so, because unlike Dennis, he's normally pretty tuned into everything, you know, so, and we know Dennis is not a slow peddler by any stretch of the imagination. He's equal of any of these guys at the front. And so, yeah, so he's obviously got a problem with the Diff Specs Corvette. So up the hill they come now. One more time, drop down into the Porsche Dipper and the ETL Hire New Zealand Trans-Am Challenge. The Greenslades Furniture Jaguar XK8 of Andy Greenslade just on screen there as they head down the runway towards Dale ITM Sweeper. And looking a little bit further back, here's the Penrite sponsored Chevy Camaro. I got it that right that time.
Good boy, yep.
Followed by the very, very heavily sponsored Wayne Conda with the Dempsey Wood Dysart Timbers sponsored Camaro Corvette as he comes up the hill, and way in the background you can see Dennis running, and he must be incredibly frustrated. It's just not like him to be that far back.
No, you're right.
And then in behind him I think they've got Grant Hanna in there somewhere.
Yep.
He's hanging back a little bit further. So out of the watching them come down under the bridge, Conda followed by Forbit through the up and over they go, heading now down towards the higher pull hairpin because the other boys are now heading up into the Porsche Dipper. And we're watching Wayne Conda lead Forbit around the higher pull hairpin as he comes up the hill. We go back to the front of the field and watching Alistair Wooten there with the big Viper in behind him, and then the Jag XK8 follows them through. And it's a stunning looking colour, that thing, isn't it?
It's a pretty car.
So as it comes up the hill, it's sort of the Ford racing team colours, really, wasn't it? The blue and white.
Sure. Yep.
Although the Fords, I think, were white with blue stripes. So this thing is blue with white stripes. Of course, blue was the colour of the Penn-Star. Penn-Star obviously being the Chrysler organisation which owned Dodge. Of course, now they Vipers are no more. They don't make them anymore. As they come down into the higher pull hairpin one more time, and it is Greenslade follows them through. So if you're down Tauranga Way and you need some furniture, call into Andy Greenslade's business down there, Greenslade's Furniture, and tell him you're a follower of TransAm, and I'm sure he'll give you a massive discount, probably into the 70%, 75% or something.
At least, mate, at least.
So you tell him JT told you, he'll give him 75% discount, and at least he'll know his sponsorship's working. So there we go, the ETL Hire TransAm Challenge, and it is the Wootens Chicks Commodore Corvette leads them up the hill, and here it is, the Diff Specs Corvette of Dennis running. And Dennis not having a good weekend with that car, unlike last weekend where he was campaigning the RX-8, the ex-Karen Wills RX-8, the Aztec Corn Chips car, the Mazda, at Taupo Historic Grand Prix. And I think he might have picked up a win down there. He was going very quick. So, no, actually Roger Williams dominated that, Chevy Monza. So here it is, the Diff Specs Corvette on screen, goes through under turn 2 now. Look, Bergeron getting very up close and personal. Now he's having a look, so he comes out and maybe he's got the Big Thunder on, but I don't think I'd be wanting to live there going into turn 10. And he's going to sit around the outside of Greenslade here, and he's got it done. That was a brilliant pass. And meanwhile, we've got Roger Forbit, who's been turned around in the sand trap. So with how many laps down? No, he's got himself going again, so that's cool. So we're not going to end up with a so we've got 8 down and 2 to go. And I tell you what, not only has Bergeron got past, he's actually got, we're showing 4 laps to go on the screen, but, okay. So, sorry, we've got 4 laps to go on the screen. Rob Bergeron has got past.
Pulling away. Goodness.
And he is just eating away. And let's just pick up, see what the lap time difference is between these guys, because realistically, I think he might have a problem in that. So Alistair Wooten's got a best lap time of a 1:04.935. Bergeron's a 1:04.773. So last lap round, Bergeron was a 1:06.062 and Wooten a 1:07.959. So Wooten has lost some pace. And actually the car looks like it's leaning out onto one side. It looks like it's leaning over on that, coming out of that corner. Maybe he's got a tyre slowly deflating on the left-hand side of the car. Here comes the big Viper into turn 1. And it leads down off.
Oh, he's got a lead, hasn't he?
Yep, and no, the Corvette seems to all look so. It seems to be all level coming down the straight. Doesn't look to be a problem there. So maybe he's just decided he's had enough wins for the day. Not quite sure what the story is there.
Don't think Alistair thinks that way.
No, he doesn't kind of work like that way, does he? So let's have a look at it. We'll see what the lap times are next round. That's pretty much going to indicate whether Alistair's got the car is sliding. As he comes out off the high pull hairpin, you can see it's losing a bit of adhesion on the rear of it. So I think he may have a problem. Here we are back to covering the TransAm Corvette of Dennis running. Just see where our lead cars are now. They must be coming into view fairly soon. Here they come up the hill. Now Rob Bergeron crosses the line with a 1:04.890, so he's going quick. Wooten a 1:06.943, so he's 2 seconds lap slower. Previous one though was a 1:08. And Andy Greenslade a 1:05.365, so 1:06.229 last time round for Greenslade. Conda 1:06.294, and appears that we've got. I'm just looking at the board out here, waiting for the next time past the stripe. It will be a last lap board for them. Dennis running crosses the line. Out of the Porsche dipper comes Rob Bergeron, the Burger Man as we call him, down to. Actually, he's been on. I've got to say, Rob's been working out and been lost a lot of weight and got himself in a pretty fighting fit order to drive this thing. So, so he was ribbing me the other day. Maybe I'm eating his share of the burgers these days. So up the hill they come now. Last lap board out for Rob Bergeron in the beautiful Viper. So he'll be thrilled with this. His first race meeting back since end of season crash last year, and completely rebuilt car at a lot of money. He's had 2 second places and he's going to finish the weekend off with a win. He will be a happy boy, I'm suggesting. You reckon, Bob?
Absolutely, he'll be thrilled.
So down towards the high pull hairpin they come for the last time. Out of there, climb up the hill. And drop down into the dipper. And this is the last lap for Rob Bergeron in the ETL Hire TransAm Challenge.
Looks like Andy Greenslade's dropped back a bit, doesn't it?
It does. Well, there's Alistair Wooten a long way back. So great shame that we've lost so many cars this weekend, and just the mechanical failures and parts not arriving on time and one thing and another. But I'm sure checkered flag, there it goes. Rob Bergeron takes her out. And here comes Alistair Wooten through in second position for the second of the third race today. He picks up a second, but I'm guessing he's pretty much won the points for the day with 2 wins and a second.
No doubt about it, and top in qualifying too.
Yep, and I did get some points in qualifying.
Yeah.
Oh, well done.
Stops the sandbagging.
Good idea. So there we go. So Well, you think it does.
Yeah, righto.
Okay, so Wayne Condor comes across the line, just lifting off the gas a bit and just coasting her through.
You'll be happy with his fourth.
Yep. So, folks, the ETL Hire TransAm Challenge. Unfortunately, this weekend we were robbed of some cars. It will, I can assure you, the next round there will be more cars back again. And when is the next round, Bob?
Pukekohe at the end of next month, February.
Yep. So that will be a great. Now, seeing these cars on Pukekohe, unfortunately, that car used to own the outright lap record.
Yes.
Until I was told this afternoon that Glenn Smith took it 51 something or other. So,
very fast, isn't it?
You know, and you can tell Rob's happy. He's waving out the window.
Yes.
So, you know,
well, he wanted to see his auntie in the crowd.
Yeah, that's right. I know he's thanking the marshals, but. He is an excited boy.
Absolutely.
I tell you what, you get out of the pits. I think I wouldn't mind shooting down there with a microphone to interview him. Unfortunately,
he won't be able to talk to you.
Yeah, he won't be able to talk to me. And I've got the MSC Formula 5000s coming up next. Hey, Bob Cullinane, thank you very much for joining us. We no doubt will have you back again with us at Pukekohe to co-commentate on the ETL Hire TransAm Challenge.
My pleasure, JT, and thank you very much.
Thanks, Bob. Okay, folks, won't be too long now, and we're out with the MSC Formula 5000s, the SAS Autosport MSC Formula 5000s, and I've got a double treat for you. Not only are we going to have David Oxton in here, we're also going to have Howden Ganley in here. So there we go, the creme de la creme of New Zealand single-seater motor racing, the racing royalty themselves. So they'll be in here fairly soon. Okay, folks, I promised you a treat, and geez, sure if this is, can you guys hear me okay? Okay, that's fine. Okay, because I've got no feedback in my one. So I promised you a treat, and I've got it here in the form of Howden Ganley and David Oxton, both here together to talk about Formula 5000s. So good afternoon, gentlemen. How are you?
Good afternoon.
Hi there, JT.
And whilst the thunder goes past, we'll listen to Kenny Smith now. Is recognised with the outright lap record of the track now, taken this morning with a 59.44. So he's wasn't very emotional about it, was he, at lunchtime? But he's been saying to me he wants to do it for ages. Now he's done it. So, but there you go. I suppose after a while it becomes, you know, if you've got them, you've got them, and the memory fades, I guess.
Well, you know, he knew he could do it one day, and it just had to be the right conditions. And so, Kenny, we've got to move on now and break that record, knock it down a bit more.
reckon that actually the conditions could be right for that this afternoon, you reckon, David?
It's a bit too cold now. The track temperature's down and the tyre won't work as well. So if he could do it now, he'd be pretty special. But no.
Well, we think he's achieved it. He's achieved it this morning. So you know, hey, at least it means we'll have cream cakes for at morning tea tomorrow. Yeah. So rather than the arrowroot biscuits he normally puts out.
Well, I think there'll be a man on a mission there. Mike Collins and the John Crawford, McRae. He feels like he's come up short a bit this weekend. He's fast, but coming up for a start. Let's just see how this goes. Okay, so here they come up to the line now. And it is Smith on pole, Collins alongside him, and Collins will be trying to get a run in the first corner. And here they go, down into turn one, and it is going to be Kenny Smith will take it in there, and it's Greg Thornton in the Chevron takes out 4th position. Aaron Burson slots into 5th. David Banks up there in 6th, and then we go back to Brett Willis, and right around the outside of him, Shane Windleburn and the Lola T400 through the up and over they go, heading down to, and I tell you what, Collins is on a mission, isn't he? He's on the outside there having a look at the Ken Smith. Now he's going for the up and over, coming through up to the drop down into the dipper. He's right alongside Ken, but there's a long way around there. Don't think he's going to do that. But this is where I think that car's got a bit of an advantage off this corner down that straight, you reckon? Look for a move down the inside. Michael will know. He's got limited opportunities, but if the right gap appears at the right time, I think he'll go for it.
These two are having a good ding-dong battle here. This is Brett Willis and David Banks, the series sponsor, the SAS Auto Parts. Emily's wife Brenda have sponsored the series. And that group there in the previous race had a fantastic battle, and it looks like they're resuming it with who was that going around the outside there? That was Kevin Ingram making a pass around the outside of Tony Galbraith. So
one of the things that's different, JT, from I think I'm right in saying this. Howden can clarify it, but we've grown up in this new touchy-feely era now, giving racing room. Well, back in our day, when you were going into a turn, you made it quite bloody clear that there was no way he was going to pass you on the outside, because you ran the guy out of road, and that was just the way it was. But now the new vernacular is you've got to give people racing room. So Kenny can't just come over and block more than once.
No.
So if he, you know, if Michael could get on his backside and engineer a pass, as I call it, then, you know, who knows? This is really what Michael Collins has come this weekend for.
You were saying yesterday, Howden, that the toughest guy the toughest racer you ran up against was Clay Regazzoni, and he was obviously a hard man to pass.
Yeah, well, Clay was, as people said, no, he took no prisoners. Delightful guy out of the car, put on a pair of horns when he got in it.
So, mind you, a lot of them are like that. I mean, we were talking earlier on about young Liam Lawson. You know, Liam outside the car, a 16-year-old, is the most polite, genteel young man you could ever wish to meet. And says, "Please, sir, thank you, sir, hello, sir." Put him in a car with a helmet on, and he turns into this absolute vicious little devil who was going to beat everybody up. But so anyway, back to what's going on track here, and
Kevin's got to the head of that little group by the look of it now, or that particular group, the Viceroy car. So he's got to trace down the Banks Magnum car.
Yeah. Oh, Greg Thornton's
problem for Greg here.
Greg's thrown it away, and that's on the exit to turn. It's surprising how many do that at that part of the track. It's they seem to come off that corner and unload it, and it gets really, they light them up, and the next thing they're going backwards. Kenny Smith just set the fastest lap of the race with just trying to pick it a 1 minute. So nobody's gone on the 1 minute mark. Here we go down the outside. Collins having another look. He'll try for the.
He's trying to do that thing where you get yourself outside and make Kenny hold his inside line, but he's just not being able to get alongside.
No. Oh, here he had a look there, but.
Yeah, he didn't quite get it right coming off the corner because he had Kenny wrong-footed, and
he had to lift.
Then he didn't get the traction out of it.
So, so Greg Thornton actually said after you were there, how because you were presenting the trophies, he said at Taupo, how does somebody so small make a car so big?
I think they call it putting your elbows out.
Yeah, that's what I've said. For a little guy, he's got huge elbows, and he's certainly. How many? Oh, the back end of Greg's car looks very loose there off that turn, and Brett Willis is trying to have a crack at him now, and maybe Greg's got a tyre that's deflating or something, because he's had one spin, and it certainly looked a bit wriggly under brakes in there. Ken's just driving tight lines here, and
he wants 3 out of 3.
Yep, yeah, well, he's not going to give it away. Yeah, this time Ken.
Is this it?
Has he got it?
No,
not quite.
Can't quite do it.
So Kenny said to me earlier on, he said he knows he's faster through that corner.
Oh, okay.
So I don't think he's particularly worried about it if the attack does come at that particular part. He said he's quicker than me from turn 2 back to Forstipper, but from that corner on, he's faster. So,
oops.
Oh, hello, what's going on here? We've missed it. We've lost to Ken Smith, have we?
I think Michael's going to win the race.
We have to. No, he's going slow.
We've lost. Michael Collins has got the problem.
He's the problem.
Yeah,
so,
Kenny's away.
Well, that's a great shame, because we'd be robbed there of something that was.
So at the inside of turn 1.
Yes, it is. So
exit.
Hopefully they'll.
Mechanical issue.
Yeah. So here's Ken all by himself now, and.
This perfect record continues.
Yep. Well, he's won every single race, and he won every one at Taupo, didn't he, Howard?
He did, yeah.
Yeah. So this is the 4th round, I think.
The other thing that's good about that, it's a well-groomed team, Barry Miller and the boys that have been with Kenny for years. But you know, it takes more than you think to make a car finish consistently. You can't take it for granted. There's certain components that may or may not do every race, so to speak. But John Crawford's a fantastic engineer running the Motorsport Solutions Michael Collins car. But something's obviously brought about the stoppage.
Yeah. So there's, well, Greg Thornton putting his hand up there. What's that all about? There's nothing from, maybe he's got a pit signal. I can't see down a pit lane there. And he's certainly quick, because he's managed to get back past Aaron Burson. And he's got himself back up. He's now up into 2nd position, of course, with the demise of Michael Collins.
Yeah, and he's Greg's pulling away quite quickly from Aaron, isn't he? So there must not be something too drastically wrong with his car.
It's a smart-looking car, that, eh?
Yeah, lovely car.
Yeah, they were
P24 is a great model.
Yeah.
Teddy Paulette and Peter Gethin ran those nice red VDS cars.
That's right.
Tony Dean ran the blue one, as we talked about earlier.
I think it's one of those. I think one of those cars is running in the Australian Formula 5000 Championship.
Yes.
One of the VDS cars. Yeah.
That's that. And a young driver with first and both names that start with the same initial. What's his name? Tony Trimmer or Paul Potts or someone. Fantastic.
I'm nearly as old as you. How am I supposed to remember? So, anyway, it's a good scrap here going on between Burson and Willis. They're having a good ding-dong battle, these two, as they come down under the bridge. And
last year, John, there was 15 Kiwis took these cars, most of the cars today, and a good deal more, over to Laguna Seca for the 50th anniversary. And they had a ball, those guys. They were running on one of the legendary tracks of World Motorsport, Laguna Seca, and the famous corkscrew, a very fast downhill section, which bikes and cars have been photographed for years.
Actually, I think our co-commentator in the room here was probably at that meeting.
He was.
I was, yeah.
The meeting at Laguna Seca last year when the Kiwis went over.
Yeah, I went down the first weekend and talked to them all, and then I went back for the next weekend, and I went to their party, and had a good time.
And of course, you would have raced at Laguna Seca yourself a few times.
Unfortunately, not. No, I missed that in Can-Am. I got Riverside, which is now closed, but I never raced at Laguna. My wife raced there a lot, but I never did.
Okay. So, yeah, it's a track that people speak about in hushed tones, don't they?
Yeah, well, you know, since the infield has been built, it's actually a reasonable length now, and it's pretty fast up the hill. And as David says, with that famous corkscrew, very unusual corner. So, yeah, I guess it'd be a lot of fun to race on.
Yeah, and there we are, the replica of the La Valise Travel Lola T332 is cruising around all by itself. Kenny, with in fact he's so far in front. It's almost next week. So he has mentioned he has tried to buy his original car back, but the guy won't sell it to him. He lives in Adelaide or something like that. Doesn't race anymore, and he'd ideally love to have it back, but. So this car was actually an ex-Danny Ongai's car that had lived in a museum for many years.
Right.
And of course, it has been retubbed now since Kenny's crash at Manfield. And the only time, and he was very lucky actually, because he's so small or so short, his legs weren't as far forward, and they weren't, but he still ended up walking around in a moon boot. I did actually make the comment to him that it's taken him 40 odd years to get the Lola Olympics. So,
I was sitting right in front of that accident.
Were you? Okay.
Saw it, and that was my biggest fear at the time. He went into the wall and took JT Esther out as well. The pair of them were in the concrete wall, right on the start-finish line, and chaos. How no one else got involved in that. The track was nearly blocked, and you know, we were all. Barry went to Ken and just wanted to see him lift out of the car and walk, and he did, but in pain.
Yeah.
But thankfully it wasn't nearly as bad as it could have been.
So here we go. Now we've got that's it. Almost how many laps we've got on this one? It's showing as a
2 laps to go.
Yep. 2 laps to go. That's right. And
calling it a 12-lap race, and it's fully scheduled.
So Michael Collins is out, Glenn Richards is out. There's Tony Roberts still out there and circulating around, and just in front of Peter Burson.
Yeah, I guess Peter's decided not to run the BRM for this, or was he saving it for the next race?
He was a bit. He said to me yesterday. He said he's achieved what he wanted to do to actually get it to run a race distance. Now he just needs to take it home and be able to fit in it. Because I mean, Peter is about 6'6", and he said the straps and the shoulders weren't right. He said he was pulling his head back. He couldn't see the gauges. He couldn't see the mirrors, and the roll bar is below his helmet.
Yeah, that's very noticeable.
So he wants to get all those things cured, and he really wants to bring it back out again. And of course, the other one, the 160, is it?
He's got a 201.
201, yeah. You've actually driven that car, haven't you?
I drove it to it, for some filming is all. I didn't race it. I'd moved on from BRM by the time they did that.
Yeah, but
so
on that particular car there's got photos of you driving it, or were you just sitting in it with the helmet on?
I drove it for a film or something.
Did you?
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
I never raced it.
So,
JT, we are going to have yet another race without the infamous safety car interruption.
Hey, hang on, it's still got a few hundred yards to go.
Okay, here he comes. Yeah, right, okay. He's coming up the hill now. I'm sure he can get there without any
one more lap.
Issue.
There's the flag.
Okay, checkered flag for Kenny Smith. Takes it out, folks, and wins it very, very convincingly. And interestingly enough, he never got under the 1 minute mark the whole race. So you're right, David. The conditions were just not right for it.
It is
not
a little.
I was questioning you.
It is a little cool out there now.
Yeah. So.
And our man Greg finished second. But,
Greg Thornton, good to see Greg. He'd be happy about that. All the way from the UK, and he was telling me, he said he's invited Kenny up. He said, you can come up. He said, you can come into my garage. You can choose any car you wish to race and race it in any of our circuits in the UK. What a lovely gesture.
That's a great offer.
Yeah, so there is. Kenny he's just never really got into racing overseas. He did Singapore a bit, or Malaysia, didn't he? Run the Malaysian Grand Prix. So, you only raced in England, David? In Australia? You didn't go anywhere else?
Did some European races. We went over to Misano in Italy, but I did one 5,000 race at Sebring in the States for Lotus, Team Lotus. So, yes, saw a little bit of the world, certainly not as much honoured friend here.
Yes.
But he in fact, didn't stay very long in Formula 5000, given that the road to Formula 1, he created an avenue, and thankfully he was another one of our famous Formula 1 drivers.
So, Howden, just for the folks that are up there, and while we've got a few brief minutes before the next class comes out, your path to Formula 1 was through Formula 5000? You did some Formula 5000 races, or did you go back and do a couple of Formula 5000 races
No, that was the path. You had to do Formula 3 really if you were doing the logical thing. And I did that for 3 years. Eventually, sort of got to the top of Formula 3, and at that stage you could either go Formula 2 or Formula 5000. And McLaren's had built Formula 2 cars, and I had one of those. I had M4C1. And then Bruce gave me that Formula 1 test, and he wanted me to go into Formula 1 the following year with McLaren's, but he said, you need a season in Formula 5000. And I said, what about Formula 2? He said, no, we are going Formula 5000, building Formula 5000 cars. So I had the works car through 1970, so 69 Formula 3, all 70 European Championship in Formula 5000, 71 Formula 1. So that was the progression. But in 71, Trojan had persuaded me that I should drive a M18 the following year, model from the 10B, and I did 3 races when they didn't clash with Formula 1, but that was all.
Those M18s weren't actually, I don't know what happened there, somebody pulled a speaker. Those M18s weren't actually a good model, were they?
Well, the unfortunate thing was that Bruce's influence was gone by then, and somebody kind of wrong slotted it, maybe didn't advise them as well as they might have. I think the car was about the same, really. The only comparison I've got, in 1970, Peter Gethin and I set a lap record at Castle Combe. 71, we went back, and it was a dry Friday practice, and we did actually go quicker in the 18s, but come race day, it was pouring with rain. So that's as near as we could get, and so maybe the 18 wasn't as bad as its reputation.
Okay. One quick question before, because we've got to go because the Transams are coming out. One quick question for both of you. And favourite car?
You first.
BRM P.